Welcome to the PrizePicks Any Revival Series number 8. I am JRT, joined by Exner. Cole, how you doing?
Doing good. Good to be back here once again for some more action here at the Prize Picks Revival Series. Looking forward to covering some of the exciting stuff that we have in NA. I think there's been a lot of shakeups, a lot of
Yeah.
changes, and maybe some differences in the rankings here that are looking to be shaken up with this tournament. As we just got fresh off the back of what we saw was a pretty exciting run there for a lot of these teams in CCT.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We saw a crazy matchup between Wildcard and NRG in that grand final where Wildcard felt like they were going to take it up 12-1. They lost it 15 rounds in a row for NRG, and they may face off again here at the NA Revival Series. So that would be exciting if it happens. In fact, on that note, let's check out the bracket and see exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, you can see on the right side of the bracket, if Wildcard B getting info, which is not a foregone conclusion, folks, they will advance. I would say NRG are more likely to get the win up against Aether, who are more at the advanced level. And I feel like what we saw from NRG in general yesterday was that this is a team that's now found its identity, and it feels like now they're going to establish themselves more and more here in North America.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, what we saw is again a lot of adjustments here for NRG. They're kind of landing on their feet. Should be exciting story for those guys. Obviously, if you're a team like M80 right now, you got upset a little bit early on. You want to prove that you are still the top dog in the region, and you want to try and get back to that point. So M80 interested in making a deep run, and then I think definitely what should be the most competitive affair there in Marsborn versus Blue Jays for the opening
Yep.
round, which will be very exciting.
Yeah, M80 up against Verstappen Peak, apparently. I think just two easies on that team. Should be interesting on that one. But yeah, I agree with you. In the first round, anyway, this matchup that we have for you guys between Marsborn and Blue Jays will be the most competitive. And let's jump into the Prize Picks analyst segment off of that to discuss the players that are going to be competing here. Starting off with this squad here of, I believe, what am I looking at here, Cole?
Marsborn?
Marsborn? Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Just want to make sure because Walco, is he playing today for
He's
Blue
playing on
Jays,
Blue
right? Yeah,
Jays.
he's on
Yeah.
Blue Jays. But the reason I say that is because he was actually subbing for Marsborn in the ESL Pro League qualifiers, right? So now he's going to be playing up against a team he was with before. Maybe he'll have some information for the Blue Jays. Anyway, look, let's focus on Marsborn and these players right here. And obviously, we have Chop and Grizz who have been performers in my mind in the past that are certainly ones to keep an eye on. I would say the frag estimate, probably for Grizz. I feel like that one may be a little bit low. I think he's a player that's typically been pretty impactful. And do you want to maybe talk about Wolfie, Cole? I don't know. Like he's been inconsistent for me.
I always have a lot of confidence in Wolfie just because I think he gets to kind of vision his game around himself, especially when he has a lot of time to prepare for a matchup. I think that's where you get the biggest benefit out of Wolfie. I mean, maybe it does feel a little bit high in terms of him being the IGL there, but I think he's perfectly capable of some big time performances. I just have high expectations for what he brings to the table in terms of the op kills that he has here, and I think he's just has a really good mind for the game right now. He's brought this team for Marsborn that I do think should be a little bit more inconsistent, and has brought them into a place where they can consistently test some of the top teams.
Agreed. Yeah. And I think that MOTM and Viz have had their struggles lately. I'm not sure if they're necessarily going to hit those estimates, but Viz has popped off in the past and had these crazy maps. So maybe he'll be able to do something here. Let's switch gears, though, and talk about the Blue Jays. And we will have Walco here. Walco actually played pretty well for Marsborn when he was on that squad, helped them beat the Blue Jays in the second time they faced them. They lost the first time in that Pro League qualifier, then beat them the second time. I think he could be very impactful, not only because, I think he's focusing right now more on, yes, he's focusing on the rifling role rather than being the IGL, which Cryptic is taking care of, but he's got a big voice on a team, right? He's got that years of experience as an IGL, and I think that could be very impactful.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of one of my favorite roles out of him here as a vocal player is being that secondary caller, being
Yeah.
able to, in the mid round kind of determine things, having those right reads. I think that's one of the biggest assets that Blue Jays are able to bring to the table here. I think that's why a lot of teams have been willing to try him out, even though you don't really see as explosive firepower coming through from this guy, but you still have that voice that I think matters a lot. Gives teams a lot of direction, especially when it comes down to how Cryptic likes to play. Sometimes more on the extremities. It's a lot easier to have Wako as a part of the pack here. Finding openings and finding ways to join forces here with the rest of his squad. I will say, Classy right now, who I do think is getting his stride back. I think he's been playing incredibly well for the last couple of times that I've seen him. That one feels kind of surprisingly low. I mean, he's had his ups and downs, but definitely the consistency and longevity that he has faced on this Blue Jays roster gives me a lot of confidence that he's capable of bringing in these big numbers here for the squad.
No, I agree with you. And for me personally, it's always going to be Junior. That's a lock. Like you've got to be looking at Junior to get that estimated frag total. And you see 32.5. He's almost always going to give you 15 frags. So, I mean, that might be a little bit high, but he tends to have his pop-off performances. We'll see. We'll see. But honestly, I think Junior is one of the most consistent oppers in North America in terms of in the tier 2 space anyway, in terms of putting up the numbers. And then there's Laxi as well, who impressed us last time, I believe, in the NA Revival series. And I think he's going to do the same here. He's a very potent fragger, and one of those impressive riflers that when you let him loose and off the leash, man, he can really do a lot of impressive stuff. Anyway, I think that pretty much sums up our PrizePicks analyst segment, guys. And I believe the veto should be coming through in just a moment. And these two teams, okay, yeah, so we already got it here, Cole. We got Nuke picked by Marsborn, which I believe is one of the maps that they aren't playing that much. So it's curious to see them moving into it, because over the last month or so, they only played it once, right? And it was a win up against Take Flight. Interesting to see them go into it. I'm wondering if that's perhaps because I don't actually know why, because the Blue Jays are pretty good on it, Cole. And then Dusty picked by Blue Jays, Inferno as a decider. It feels like Blue Jays has got 2 picks, unless you're seeing something else here, Cole.
No, I'm with you. I do feel like there's a decent bit of confidence. I kind of mentioned though that Wolfie does like to center his game plan around himself there, not necessarily in resources, but how he likes to structure his defenses. That can always really work well. I think it is, one of Wolfie's better maps as an individual and a
Yeah.
caller here. So I'm maybe expecting that. Also, you have a couple of back-to-back losses to M80 that they're thinking maybe we have to shake up the map pool. Maybe some of the maps that we thought were confident aren't as good as we had hoped. I'm very surprised though to see this decision making coming through from Marsborn, and I think that means that they have to have a trick up their sleeve. They have to have something prepared a little bit more here to capitalize on Blue Jay. Maybe they saw some weakness that they can press upon here as a
I
team
mean,
that likes to look into their opponents quite a bit.
they did play it last time against Marsborn, but that's back in July. And since that point, they haven't really played it that much at all, right? So they played against Blue Jays, and Marsborn did win it 13-3. So there's that. Maybe they're
There it
falling
is.
back on, yeah. But at the same time, you look at the previous one, and the Nouns core, not Marsborn at that, not Blue Jays at that time. They lost 7-13. So I don't know. I just thought they would pick Train. I felt like Train was going to come through because that has been a map that they played 9 times over the last month. Only 1 month, it's 9 times on Train. 5-4, not played at all by Blue Jays. And Train's banned the first ban. You know what? Ignore me. I'm blind. I did not see
Yeah.
that. So Train was out of the picture. So I guess I do understand them going here. Inferno's also been a good map for them, but they chose to leave that as the decider because I guess they figured it would go through. Ancient could have been an interesting choice, I think, and although they did lose to Blue Jays on Ancient last time, so perhaps they're looking back on that and thinking that was not the right choice. So yeah, they're going to Nuke. I don't know. I just feel like this one could lean Blue Jays with the way that this veto came through. That's it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm right there with you. I think that I think their other option was to try and lean in on Inferno here as probably their first pick, and then open Nuke to the decider there, which I think could have been likely for both these teams. But picking into it does leave you a little bit vulnerable. Leaves you on what is going to be a T side start, which can be a challenge for some squads. I don't think it will be for Marsborn. As
Right.
I said, I think they have that preparation, they have that game plan ready, and they're obviously going to look to capitalize on that, but. That was definitely an option in the veto as well. And you're talking about 2 very comfortable maps here for Blue Jays to lift off on. If you want to focus more on them a little bit, like you have Junior on the CT side of Nuke. I think he's one of the best oppers in North America on the CT side of Nuke. When it comes down to a map that he specializes in, it's exactly that. So I think that's going to be a big challenge to try and get past here. If you see Blue Jays get off to a confident start, if you see Junior hit his stride in the opening map of this head-to-head, it's going to lead to a lot of challenges here, and that's going to start off Marsborn on some rocky soil.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I mean, we have to wait a little bit longer until we see it, but certainly if Marsborn can't get things going on Nuke, it's gonna be a problem for them throughout the series. Dust 2 isn't necessarily a bad map for them, right? They've won 2 of their last 3 on it, winning against Might and Lag, but lost to NRG, and that was in overtime. So maybe Marsborn will be okay on a map like Dust 2, but that being said, it wasn't up against the Blue Jays, who tend to be exceptionally good there. If you're looking at a 10-4 record over the last 3 months for the Blue Jays. But looks like we're about to go live, folks. We're going to jump right into the action and get you going with the pistol round here on Nuke.
Yeah, looking forward to it here. We'll see how things shape up. We'll see if the risky pick from Marsborn pays off. So they start off on the T side here, taking some control towards the outer yard. Chop looking to take some duels here. Cryptic able to lock down the first, has a lot of time for the second, but he can't track the kill on the Viz, and Viz punishes big time. Forced onto a reload and won't be able to escape, but distracts the squad completely and allows for the rest of Marsborn to scale in towards the lower side.
Clasia moving in, looking for targets here. Wants to find some heads and pop them. But not really many opportunities. Marsborn really posted up well here. Grizz gonna get the headshot onto Classio. Walco, last one standing. Can he clutch it out? No is the answer. Grizz the 2K, and Marsborn are up 1-0. And I mean, look, it's a great round for them to find here on the pistol. We talked about it. If the Blue Jays get hot early on CT side, that'll be a problem. So it's good for Marsborn to try and get as many rounds as possible. I'd say in the first 5 or 6.
Yeah, and so far so good right there. Pistol setup looking fantastic. Viz able to lock down a nice multi-kill to open up the round. We're going to get an instant force by coming back through from Blue Jays. Setting up this offense well already. See how things continue. Force buy is very scary on this map. A lot of close range duels. MP9s can do a whole lot more damage, and don't just have MP9s. They've got a lot of extra utility here to back this one up. Classy, the only one that's kind of walking without much firepower because he did prioritize that util. He's got a full belt here. Marsborn taking a bit of a slower approach. They throw their first volley of outer yard smokes. Trying to bait out the HEs here. There's a second volley, and now this is going to force Blue Jays to be slightly concerned with the idea that they could cross in towards Secret. They could be walking out towards Big Garage. So it's looking to weaken up that defense here.
Molotov thrown for back vents on A. Junior responds with the smoke, which is a good idea. Clasia, who you highlighted earlier, a player that has started to show the flashes and flair we expected of him, at least as of late. Name's gonna get tossed in, does damage to Grizz. Yeah, that lands right at his feet. And that will actually push Marsborn towards A. Blue Jays don't mind this. Walco's waiting with the 5-7. Smoke's gonna fade. Wolfie, is he exposed? No, it's Walco who's in trouble. Laxi waiting on top of Putman. He's watching all of his teammates go down. Does manage to connect for 1. Cryptic a second. Laxi a third. 3v2 just like that in favor of the Blue Jays. Chop trying to escape down the vent and does. It takes a lot of damage in the process. MOTM only gets 1 before he is traded. And now Chop, 22 HP, is very vulnerable to the Scout and the MP9. Clasia switching back and forth between the Scout and the pistol. Trying to find that frag. In the meantime, Chop manages to deal with Cryptic, surviving with only 9 HP left now. Clasia may just stick this. I think he is. Pros don't fake. Clasia's got this. No way Chop is going to clear it. What a defusal from Clasia to tie things up at 1. Chop can't believe it.
You got to take into consideration how smart that is coming through from Clasia. You look at the HP, it's got to be called out that Chop is down low. Another bullet connects, and when you're down low, you have to call your opponent's bluff in a lot of different situations right there. I thought maybe, you know, when it hits around the 8-second mark in the internal clock there for Chop, that he might open up that door and go hunting, but doesn't want to risk it. Can't afford to risk it right there with how low he is. And it ends up being a brilliant defuse, a great call coming through from Classia to bring home that clutch. They steal the round away. Blue Jays get the lift off. And the second round here, despite losing the pistol, now a single gun saved is a MAC-10, unfortunately, here for the side of Marsborn. Still able to bring out an AK, though, from Autumn. Instant recovery mode here. Put onto Marsborn, though.
Cryptic waiting right at the top of Secret. Does swing around, finds the frag on the Junior. Cryptic the immediate trade. That is very good spacing from Blue Jays to ensure that it goes 1 for 1. But the thing is, they've given up so much space towards outside. Classia could punish here. If he times the peak right, Grizz isn't aware of the fact that Classia's lockers. Classia knows that someone might be lurking. He doesn't look the right way at the right time, though. Mod him a second. Now they've got the room in towards ramp, but Cryptic at least gets one back on Viz here. 3v3.
What the? Those bullets just vanished right there, man. Shot both those windows clean out, and I don't know what happened, but takes a little bit of extra time here. Fake on the bomb plant. Cryptic not budging, holding the line. As Modem looks to protect double doors. That door swinging open distracts his aim. Laxi now has to recover. Does with 2 and stays alive. Gets out of trade potential right there. I think he spotted out Grizz as well. So now Grizz, a known quantity, in control here, making a little bit of noise. Bomb planted Astralis, so it's in a good position for Grizz's location. It's been tapped here. He has the element of surprise. Laxi now registers it. Walco hunting his kill down. And there's a 10-second defuse, but there should be plenty of time. We're closing out this round here. Blue Jays survive another one. Laxi providing the big multi.
Wow. That is wild, honestly. It felt like Marsborn had control, especially off of Modem's 3K, but eventually the Blue Jays are able to strike back and retake. And it's all thanks to good trading, right? Good spacing, good trades. They don't leave that man advantage in favor of Marsborn for very long. Cryptic, you saw him spotting up Viz there, and afterwards, you know, even though Modem's able to do more damage, it's Laxi who gets that 2K to really bring things back, and then the spot onto Grizz, and the finish by Walco. Very nicely done on the side of the Blue Jays, as they have forced Marsborn onto pistols only. We were talking about how Marsborn need to get off to an early start here, a strong one, and they, unfortunately, after winning pistol, do not.
Can't really plant their feet like they would have hoped.
Yeah.
Couple close rounds there, but have to wave the white flag on this one. It's a nice HE again coming through there from Classia. Decent chip damage. And a last ditch effort towards the A side. See if they can catch these defenders off guard here. No utility, no flashes, no nothing. It's going to be a hard time. You know, it is a bit of an oversight here towards Hut, I believe. So maybe there's a chance. Catch Laxi off guard there, but the execution coming on through. And they're tanking just nicely. Dealing with the mini presence. There's a nice shot coming through from Chop, though. Junior able to clean up the rest of the Eeks. And Blue Jays move themselves up 3-1.
Alrighty. Pretty strong anti-eco coming through there from the Blue Jays, as we would expect, given that there wasn't really much on the other side. And at least Chop manages to collect one scalp, but that's all Marsborn will get. Blue Jays looking good. Now we'll be on to the full buy for both sides. Junior with the AWP up against Wolfie. That'll be a matchup to keep an eye on. Junior playing towards ramp here. That op rocking and rolling, ready to go. Wolfie on the other side will not really engage with him because he's looking more towards garage and outside, or at least not in the early goings. You know, on the Blue Jays side, it's a slightly new look to the roster. It was announced core added to Blue Jays initially, with Freshie still remaining from the previous roster, but now Freshie was cut, and I was surprised to see it because I thought he was playing pretty decently with this roster, but they made the choice to get a new player. I don't know if Walco's going to be a permanent addition. I think right now he's just a sub, but still, Freshie actually found a new squad with SBE, and he's playing with Rek, Evan, Trojan, and OG Wizard. That squad actually sounds really interesting.
Yeah, you got some potential as well.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing how they build things together. I think they'll be kind of a staple in the looking to reach the upper echelons of the NA space. This timing, though, from Junior right now looking perfect. And Wildcard threads in some aggression as well. This is chaos consuming the lobby side as Classica drops a molly down. That's a bomb to the floor. Marsborn can't get their execute off. Too much disruption offered up here as Cryptic slides out for another. Stays perfectly healthy. And Grizzlev, last man standing. His whole team vanishing. Has to recover the bomb first things first. And from that point here, might just look to hang on here. Saving an AWP is what he seems to do in his future. And Blue Jays just collapse on that play. Walco with the multi in towards lobby, finding some big impact. And then that allows for Junior to crunch in. That puts it into essentially a 4v2 there. And from that point forward, you got to make some desperate moves here. You got to call it a day. And Chris going to go ahead and bail out of this round. Blue Jays setting up their first gun round incredibly well.
I know Walco only played one map of Nuke here with Marsborn, but perhaps he caught on to how they like to play the map when Marsborn won it 13-3 up against Blue Jays, and he's telling them, hey guys, I know what to do here. They're going to be in lobby. I'm going for that push, and I know exactly where they'll be posted up, and he gets a 2K off of it. That was a gun round for Marsborn. It didn't really feel like it, given how clean it was for the Blue Jays, and, you know, a good time for aggression to come through from Junior as well, from Ramp to collect one. I mean, this is just so far so good for the Blue Jays on the map they didn't pick, and it leans more towards the narrative we were talking about at the beginning, where it feels like Blue Jays got two map picks. Can't be disappointed about that. Now here, Walco only gets one. Viz manages to close in on him. His teammates should be close by here. There's that nade to break the smoke from Mini. Blue Jays are trying to see it, and actually Moxie does see Grizz. He walks out at the wrong time. Viz manages to collect another scalp here, but it's still a man advantage in favor of the Blue Jays. Wolfie with the op off the ground, picked out of Junior's hands. Hoping to even out the numbers. Misses a big shot. Yeah, Laxi is not going to miss another capitalization on that one any other time of the week. Viz does manage to get one with the AWP onto Cryptic, but a 2v1 scenario still. Though he has the bomb in his back here, Cole.
Gotta take this one the long way around here. 50 seconds left. I mean, plenty of time to work away in through A. Not a lot of time to stay scoped and silent. Also having to get the bomb down here. The reposition from Laxi looking deadly. Misses out on Viz, though, in the meantime. And I think he's going to have to run here. Either in towards the A side or in towards Secret. And it looks like the A side is where he's going to head. He's going to have to deal with Classy in the heaven position. So how do you get the bomb down in time? It's a big question. Smoke going down. That will certainly help out. See if Classy can track it here. Bomb does get planted. Viz, though, walking out of the smoke will be instant taken care of by Classy. That's his first kill on the board here for this map, but an important one to seal it up for Blue Jays.
And he grabs the op for Junior, so I mean, good job from Classy. Honestly, once that bomb goes down for Viz, like, yes, you get the bomb planted, but if there is someone in the rafters, which there was, all they have to do is wait and watch for you to exit the smoke, or even try spamming it, but Classy knew better, and patience was the right call. So, Blue Jays able to secure a 5th off of that. Marsborn with the bomb plant will at least get enough money to find a reinvestment here, a stronger one. 3 AKs, the Galil and the AWP available to them. Marsborn again taking this space in towards a lobby, but only one player this time, it's the Lurk. The other 3 are headed towards outer yard. Wolfie looking around above those smokes, seeing has been spotting them out. He just might if he's patient enough, but he has to be careful not to hold this high ground for too long. Junior, in the meantime, spots Wolfie as he's trying to boost up for more visibility. And there's the opener again for the Blue Jays.
You're looking deadly with the op here, but gonna have to continue it. Oh, gets caught in the jiggle. Go full committing, and then Modem jumps on top of an off angle there and catches Junior off guard. Another opening from Chop. 2 answer back instantly here. And Rocco might give him another instead. Wins the head-to-head there versus Grizz. Classy now crunching in on this lobby side. Again, well-timed aggression. It's been the name of the game here. Classy looking to hunt this one down all the way into outer yard. Viz turning the corner, can't believe it, but dropping the bomb on the floor. A double up rotate down the vents. And Modem could completely cut them off. We're wondering where on earth these A players are. There's a molly down in play.
Oh my god.
How does Cryptic get up these vents? Does he ever?
Does he just wait for Modem to go down them, right? Like, what if Marsborn make that decision to go towards
just
the B
might.
site?
Oh
no! No, they no way they expect Walko. They don't expect Walko! Walko gets... But did he get both? Almost. MOTM is still alive. The body fell down afterwards. That was weird.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and Amodem is going to throw the nade, and Walko goes down. That's a bit of a clown card at the end, but it will be Marsborn picking it up.
That's insane. What a round right there, man.
What on earth?
Oh, gosh. Whatever gets the job done. Walko is down incredibly low from that fight, that engagement right there. And yeah, you take down Cryptic through the wall. You don't expect another player to be inside the vents. Unfortunately, it'll land on top of his head.
It looked like the body was another player, right? The way it was falling.
Yeah, yeah. And then it forced him to try and recover the bomb. I think it was Chop maybe that went down the vents there and had to recover the bomb. And then just tossed in an HE on the fadeaway, and that did the trick. However you get the rounds done, gonna be happy that you're able to stabilize here, get a second round rolling. Despite the man advantage that was held from Marsborn initially, or rather Blue Jays initially in that round, right? Junior finding that first pick. Puts it into a 4v5.
Good fight back there. Felt like it could have gone the way of Blue Jays regardless, though, even towards the end, but eventually Marsborn collect themselves and Modem throws a nice nade to catch Walko. Speaking of which here, towards that squeaky door, and he'll blow it open. Good smokes from Marsborn. Util is strong. They're trying to charge in towards this A site. Loxy catches one, but he gets traded immediately. This is going to gain that space. Walko from Rafters gets a 3K. Looking for the fourth now. Wolfie finally finishes him off, but that is all Blue Jays need in order to close out this round as Junior will collect the last. What a play from Walko.
Your composure right there. The flash is raining in. Look at his aim.
Wow.
So comfortably tracking all three of those kills. Walko able to get explosive here. And do some excellent work. That's just incredible stuff going through for Walko, though. I mean, just isolating those duels one by one while the flashes are raining in. Pure composure. Keeping his team on top. Big hiccup and missing out on that 4v5 advantage, but multi-kills like that. That's why he's so trusted here. Got that vocal nature there, but he can also bring in big-time impact like that. Same position this time around, but this time mollies and flashes rain down. Not as successful, but this is where Laxi picks up the mantle. And it's going to be all in favor here of the Blue Jays once again. Just a different player to step up, though.
It's look, the amount of work that Walko did in the previous round made them focus so much on his position that they forgot, oh yeah, there's 4 other players that we still have to keep an eye on. Laxi waiting in the smoke. I love the way he played that one. And I mean, at the very least, Walko got a ton of information as to where they were coming from despite not getting frags in this round. And Blue Jays rebuff the anti-eco handily. 7-2 in their favor. Marsborn got the AKs back. Util's there as well, but they need rounds to get fast.
Let's start to find them. Going through easy though, and denied the cross just at the right time. That HE rains on in. Big time pickup right there from Classy, the ramp player. And then scrambles back to cover off ramp, so... I mean, you think that's a lot of information for Marsborn to try and play off of, at least as a sacrifice to that opening duel, but instead, not a lot really to gain. He is still giving over ramp. Focusing in towards that outer yard. We'll see if that leaves Marsborn aware of the setup that's going on here. You're doing your calculations in your mind. If Classy is helping out towards that outer yard, you know, odds are there are some more passive positions you can try and get away with. But instead, it's aggression coming through from Cryptic continuously. Another pickup rolling on out. Wolfie finally sliding through. We'll find a connection there. Walko want to take the duel here and towards Hut and catches Grizz off guard.
Chris had no idea. He was not expecting that push at all. He didn't even react when Welko came around that corner, so Welko gets pretty much a freebie. Chop has slipped through on the site now. They won't expect this. Laxi gone. What happened there? Who hit him?
Got a headshot.
Was that Laxi that actually managed to click onto him? Wow, that's wild. Great reaction from Laxi to punish Chop despite the fact that he doesn't get the frag. And now Chop looking for another one. Walco will not allow it. Wolfie, last one standing with the bomb on his back, desperately going for a plant towards B, but time is ticking away. Only 12 seconds on the clock. He's going to have to try and stick this, and Junior says, nuh-uh, not today. 8th round for Blue Jays.
So comfortably closed out right there. Blue Jays looking for a speed run. Big time pickup coming through from Classy off the back of that HE, and a tap out coming through out of Cryptic in the rifle. Every last bit of hope that you have gets shut down when, you know, Chop is looking for the big time play, looking to hold his nerve a little bit, maybe trying to get some trigger discipline for a multi, something along those lines, and instead gets a dink for his patience. Swatted away, essentially. Marsborn, I mean, again on this T-side start, having to come through here. The preparation. Having a tough time of lifting off here at the moment.
No question. Looking very rough for them so far. If you're looking at the pieces we expect it to be potent here, Chop, Wolfie, and Grizz only have 11 frags combined. MOTM and Viz are actually doing the heavy lifting with 16 just amongst them. But yeah, they're going to need more out of those 3 players. And, you know, if you're looking in terms of duels, opening duels, right, it's usually Chop and Modem that are going to go for those. Wolfie does take them as well with the AWP, but usually that's on CT side. On T side, you're looking towards, you know, Chop and Modem. And at least Modem has had some opening duels. And we saw Chop get some as well, but they need more of that and to be able to convert off of it.
Yeah, I mean, I have been still kind of impressed with Modem working towards that outer yard. Yeah. Just on an individual front, I feel like he's been able to do his job effectively, and you think, okay, that might open up some opportunities for some success in through the A side for some of these lurking players, you know, something of that nature, but hasn't been the case. Haven't been able to, you know, I mean, honestly, have they gone down secret at all, or at least turned the corner through secret? I feel like that's been
I think
a limited option
there.
Yeah. Last round, trying to do so maybe late into this half. I guess more so like putting pressure, getting a lurking presence down in towards secret, and then, you know, getting that 4-man ramp attack. When you have Modem being able to find openings towards that outer yard in some occasions, I think the best way to capitalize on that is to try and send some more pressure towards the ramp side. Be able to try and find some ground in that department, so that you're succeeding on a couple different fronts here. We'll see what the reaction is. As you said, Wolfie did at least get onto the site there. That was after the lobby crunch came in, though, and the rest of Marsborn fell. How are they going to bounce back here?
All right, well, timeout's over. What do you do, Marsborn? 4 Galils and an AK. Not much util available to them. They do have 3 smokes still. A little lighter on nades. In fact, no one has a nade left, and there is a nade break, but it's from the Blue Jays. Cryptic capitalizes. Modem with the trade. Another one comes through. Oh, Modem's on notice now at 2 points of health, but he'll still get the frag on Laxi and give his team a man edge. So you were talking about Modem individually looking impressive towards outer yard. I do agree, right? He just shows it right there.
Enough speed to slide by right there and get into the next smoke so that HE doesn't expose him. Really good move coming through from Modem. Unfortunately, this time around here, there is a lot of relief. No lobby crunch coming through here. On the side of Blue Jays, the re-aggression is leaning in towards the outer yard instead. Falco going on a hunt, will take care of business. He's gonna get caught, chop it at forward angle, and he's able to isolate that duel. Junior's still on the scene. There's a lot to do with this AWP and focused in on a fight towards Streak that will never expose himself there. Viz able to duck around. Quick shot, though, on a chop. Allowing for some strides on into this retake here.
He's got to wait for Classia. He knows it. Wolfie's watching into vending.
Oh
Now
my
turns
god.
away at the wrong time. The problem is Classia has no information either. So this doesn't play to anyone's favor. Maybe Wolfie's? No! Classia spots him out! Viz, the last one standing, and absolutely knows that he's on this site. He will get dropped by Classia as well. Fantastic patience from Junior. We have to say, he could have tried peeking at any moment, maybe lost his life, and then the threat of heaven would have been gone. They could have focused more on Hut, but never happens. He's always in the back of their minds. That allows Classia to capitalize. So well done from the Blue Jays again as they get a 9th.
Unbelievable work right there. Classia with the expectation, ready to meet them with these quick kills. Had to be instant onto Wolfie. This frag rate here alone, just the right amount of activity out of Junior, as you said. Showing a good display of patience, being able to stay alive and draw out attention. Not allowing for Marsborn to get into trade positions or anything of that nature. And then Classia knocking down some crucial kills. It was one of the better looking Marsborn rounds. More of the same out of Modem. But in the closing statement, they can't quite find that final punch.
I actually really like the way Walco's playing too. You know, as the A anchor, very mobile, right? Looking for fights on a specific shot, and he will go down. Chop finding that space in towards B ramp. They're not going to waste any time flooding into that bomb site, breaking down the glass. Classia does get a trade on the other side. Modem's gone. Laxi looking to activate in towards his site, but 2 Molotovs at his feet will prevent him from getting into the mix.
Some good control there. You want to try and deny that bomb plant through double, but just can't make the moves because of the mollies constantly folding. How's that 4v4 retake here? Rolling through for Blue Jays. Have to cover 3 players in towards double doors. Let's bring into action here. Is avoiding the spam. Calm, cool, and collected right there. Able to deal with 2. This one should be going in the way of Marsborn towards the end, and it will. Quick kills coming through from Viz, and the rest of the squad able to mop up the last here. 9-3 half here, but Blue Jays going to be happy with what they put together.
Yeah, a little bit of a risky play there from Junior. Doesn't have to be on top of Big Box and ramp at all. Could have played it more passively towards the back of it, but instead gets caught immediately after missing that shot, and that's what opens up all the space and sends Blue Jays into a bit of a panic, try and get back down in towards that B site. But the util afterwards was phenomenal for Marsborn. The double Molotovs towards double, you already mentioned it. You know, Laxi couldn't get in there, and afterwards Marsborn planted their feet in the site, would not rescind the space. Viz in particular from upper B doing a phenomenal job. I just wanted to shout out Wildcard. I didn't get a chance to finish my thought, but he was so good anchoring down A, was able to be mobile into Squeaky, and then even into Garage. And what I loved about it is when he went to take that fight into Garage against Modem and win it, he still had the wherewithal to throw the Incendiary down, realizing the space he had given up to try and prevent the Blue Jays from working their way out. So yeah, I love that, those little details coming through the Blue Jays. Now into the pistol round. Viz gonna get 2, and Modem strikes for a couple as well, and it's only Classia left trying to clutch it on 1v3. It won't happen. That is exactly what Marsborn were hoping for heading into this second half.
I feel like it's a good play design there for Blue Jays, but the quick kills coming through from Viz just destroy that. As you can see, that they're using that squeaky door to cause a distraction of the mini player. So they put a lot of focus on Viz, but he cuts off the cross in towards Secret, you know, denies any of the impact from that P250. That's first of all an incredible shot. Then being able to deal with that secondary presence in mini of that trade potential that comes through. They should have come through from Cryptic. That getting denied as well. Leads to that being a pretty much 2-pronged approach out of Hut and Squeaky, which is perfectly dealt with by the dual Berettas. So not a bad read there for Blue Jays, just too quick on the draw for Viz. MOTM able to deliver. Now we got a scout in play, that's about it. Junior investing into that here and doesn't even get to rattle a shot off. That's Lexi scouting here. Is he able to get anything done with it? A lot of targets towards the outer yard, and a tough fight for Chop that he needed to deliver on, and he does. No bailout options here. Systematic shutdown coming through here from Marsborn. They'll be able to coast their way up to a nice, comfortable 5-9. See if they can continue to build upon this CT side.
Something we're seeing a lot of teams favor now in eco rounds is sending their opper on a scout, which Junior typically does, and then they just buy the scout in the next round as well, because they know that it still offers decent mobility and can have fragging potential, and I kind of like it, right? Especially in MR12, where every single round you're hoping to find a little bit of a spark, even if it's on a lighter buy. And even in the follow-up, you're not really punished with it, because it would have been a rifle for your opper anyway, especially at the beginning of the half. Anyway, we're into round number 15. Marsborn looking to get on a bit of a round win streak for themselves. Junior, if only he knew, he would have fired that shot. But he does not. Smoke break goes through, and that little detail there. Marsborn communicating that it would happen, so they told their player not to be exposed in garage. And now Blue Jays will creep across. They get caught. The smoke fades, but no one's watching. No information now from Marsborn. Junior hangs back with the scout. Chop gonna throw the smoke here. Then goes back up into the A site. Blue Jays stall out. Need to make a decision.
Junior hunted for some duels there still. In fact, the entirety of Blue Jays really hunting for some fights. Not sure what you do from this point forward here. Tossing in a smoke towards Mini. It feels a little too late to start marauding towards the outer yard, so you got to set your focus in on this B side, essentially, and that's for the best. Marsborn have not got a lot of resistance here. It's Grizz on a late rotate on in. He's going to have to do the heavy lifting here in this round. It could get caught exposed here. Classy on the lurk, still delivers one. And he's going to take a bit of an off angle right now. Flashbang going through, perfectly placed. Now relying on coverage from Wolfie going down low here. Cryptic deals with both the entries. And Chop and Viz might just be interested in hanging on to their guns. They're looking for Classy on this lurk. They can't find him. That should be done and dusted here. Blue Jays looking for double digits in a really well put together T-side round coming through there. Called out by Cryptic, and the kills found by Cryptic.
That is wild, honestly. It felt like Blue Jays were scrambling for a moment, right? Like, what do we do? Where do we go? And then make that decision to go to the B site, and it was absolutely the correct one as they charge forth. And Cryptic finding those two openers was fantastic for him. An IGL that can also take care of the frags. And as soon as the guns come out for the Blue Jays, they get right back to their winning ways. They are on to double digits, 10-5 in their favor. Chop and Viz at least save a couple of rifles into this next one, but it is not going to be looking pretty for the Marsborn side if they should lose in the following round as well, because they are going to invest here. It's going to be Wolfie on the op, then you have two A1Ss and a couple of the saved guns that go through as well. Timeout called because they know what's at stake here.
This is all in here. Your Matt pick leaning in on trying to catch Blue Jays off guard. You had some somewhat recent history here and successful category for Marsborn in terms of being able to close it out not too long ago versus this Blue Jays roster. But trying to replicate that success now proven to be a different story. So you got to bank it all in on this round here. Good time for a little bit of a pause in the action. But Marsborn were hoping that the utility that they toss in could have disrupted the setup. That's why, I kind of highlighted Marsborn struggling to get down secret consistently. For them in that first half was a big problem. You see how effective it is for Blue Jays to put pressure on that B side through secret. And then being able to do that this early on into a half with this much buffer. Going to give them so many tools to try and manipulate the defense here. Already Laxi flying down here. HE that's going to come down. Just going to be a little too late. Igmatum definitely hearing the footsteps cross things down. As you can see, Grizz rotating down and towards that lower side, but that's mission accomplished here. Blue Jays trying to weaken up the defense by getting Laxi in this position.
Yeah, I almost felt like Laxi wanted to be heard there, right? To attract attention towards secret. Whereas the Blue Jays may just be hitting this outside. Alco gets spammed to the smoke down to 19. In fact, lucky to be alive considering. Viz waits at heaven now, expecting a push to come from outside, and it will. It will be the lightened Walco. But he's backed off of it. He wants to take a more passive angle as Blue Jays are now hunting for Marsborn are now hunting for information. I think they want to pop out of hut, potentially into lobby as a two-man squad here, MOTM and Chop, but as it stands, they're not really activating off of it. Maybe they're just hoping that the Blue Jays walk into Hut and they'll get an advantage on them, which may happen. That being said, Walco and Cryptic in towards Heaven. Kind of want Walco taking the first fight here as the lower player, but that won't happen. And yeah, the result is exactly that. Viz gets a 2K. Laxi does manage to find the trade, and they do get control of the A site. Oh, they lost Classy. A nice shot from Wolfie. Laxi and Junior on a ton of pressure, and it will be Wolfie to collect one. Junior gets two, but only two. Won't be able to convert the clutch as Marsborn take a round back.
Wolfie having to deliver right there. Keeping his teammates in safe hands. As you said, Classy making a big-time move. If that play works out, what we saw last round there was him being able to thread in a quick kill and fall back. You know, the expectation is that he might be able to do the same thing and put it back into a 3v3. Also, as you said, maybe wishing that they could have baited the lower HP bar and then, you know, trading that out and then keeping a player in towards Heaven, allowing for more efficiency in the post plant. Some of these details off base there for Blue Jays. But it feels like their route into that round is successful there. Had a real chance there despite the heroics coming through from Marsborn to take some good positioning and then try and execute off the back of it here. Modem sliding in through the smoke here.
Whoa.
It's caught, almost exposed, somehow still kicking though. Cryptic getting blocked by the wall there. He's got another phenomenal position. And no one's rotating in towards the side of yard, so he's going to be able to strike here on a monumental flank as the rest of his roster leans in on the ramp side. They're getting a full execute heading their way, and one flank to join up here. The rifle strikes as the Tech 9 finishes one. Grizz, his attention has to turn this way, trying to stick around to contain this ramp control, but sticks around too long and topples over.
Not to mention, Laxi found one in towards Secret. Eventually, Chop is going to put him to rest. The thing is, it's still a 3v2 in favor of Blue Jays, and now they know there's a player towards B, so they're probably going A. Viz waiting here, needs to come out with a big multi-frag and cannot do it. Junior immediately with the frag. Chop jumps up the vent and actually manages to win that duel up against Cryptic. A little surprising, but he still has to worry about this flank, and he won't because Classy has got a free. There you go. 11-6 for the Blue Jays, who play that, again, very, very well.
The positioning that they find themselves in, you know that, you know, Cryptic being able to slide through the smokes, you see Modem's all-in move. He doesn't get any information off the back of it other than some smoke spam. And all the while, Cryptic's walking through the smoke coming through there.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's just such a brutal bit of timing. Oh, we getting a little sniff? Okay, no, he's just stretching. He's just stretching.
Oh my.
Listen, I only said that because, you know, that's my move right there. Pretend it's a stretch
yeah.
and make sure you're smelling all right.
Maybe.
If that is the case, there, Classy is just pulling a vet move.
Gotta go get some deodorant on if that's the case. Which we know can be lacking based on a lot of Fragadelphias, but you know, they're not in a LAN center at this point, in the comfort of their homes. So the only ones they'll be disrupting is themselves, which I can understand as well. Anyway, 4AKs and MAC-10 for Blues. Let's get off that subject completely. Marsborn's on a full eco. This is problematic. They're going to try pushing with the pistols towards outside, which you can't blame them for, but it does not work at all. Wolfie, last one standing.
Just a PSA, Classy does smell good. You know, seen him at multiple lands. He is a deodorant wearer for everyone out there.
That is good.
Just to let you know. Wolfie, can he find anything extra though? No, not quite. Some good flashes to start off that round. Laxi was blind for forever. But his teammates hold the line. And they've got themselves 6 chances to close here. And the way that they've worked this T side, I feel like they're going to be able to create, you know, many different avenues of success, let alone just needing one now.
I just generally love the way the Blue Jays have played this map, not only on T side, but CT side as well. It's been very mobile, very aware of their teammates, right, in terms of spacing, not allowing Marsborn to get a frag without a response to come through on most occasions. I mean, this is exactly how you have to play if you want to find consistent success at any level of Counter-Strike. So it's good to see the Blue Jays forming up well around the new addition of Walco, who's been with them for I think the last 10 maps, and now this will be his 11th with the squad. I imagine if things continue to go well that he will become a permanent addition.
I feel like things are tracking in the right direction after this
Yeah.
map, man. It's a really good individual performance on top of he's been able to do here. Good timing on the play there from Modem, dropping off and survives, surprisingly so. Takes Classia down incredibly low and able to finish off the job as well. Modem continue to do everything in the outer yard, but it might continue to not be enough here if they can't close out this round in a 5v3 that was manufactured for them.
Not to mention, they've only got one player on the B site, and Grizz in heaven. I believe it's Viz with him as well. So if this goes B, Wolfie's got all the pressure on his shoulders. But instead, Walco says, no, guys, I think we should go A. This might be the right call. Let's get our util out. Viz maybe a little bit isolated towards Hut. Do they see the heaven player? They did. Grizz now spotted. Whiffs on the spray. Still managed to collect two, though, after that whiff of bullets at the beginning. So good on Viz. Walco, the last one standing with only 3 points of health. And this round is probably done. I think Marsborn have it. Walco's going to have to try and panic plant here. And he won't be able to get to the site. Grizz with a nice headshot.
Have so much going right there for them. That dueling towards Hut, 100% should have cost Viz his life right there.
Yeah.
Right, that's the game changer. The fact that he walks away with 2 kills is unbelievable. Because again, it's one of those situations where timing does not work out for Viz whatsoever. He got caught in a bit of miserable timing, especially when you have to deal with a player that's just jumping around. Your aim is all thrown off. So Laxi, should have had that kill outright. And then Cryptic should have had that trade if Laxi didn't have the kill and neither one of them able to track their aim in time. Viz gets away with a bit of a gift here. Modem, again, feeling the pressure to open up things, is now down early, and Laxi and Junior slide their way through. Multiple opening picks here as Blue Jays come in with some fury in this round.
Viz going to get a trade here, but it's only one, and he's immediately put down afterwards. Feels like it might all be over here. Grizz and Chop still standing. Grizz staring up at heaven, knowing that someone is there. A little bit of util, a couple of flashes and a smoke. Grizz is hoping to catch an angle here from CT, and he will! No, but misses the shots. He had the opportunity. Oh, no, that could be it then. Grizz trying to go up into heaven. Jumps off the ladder. I like the movement, but it won't materialize into anything. Grizz gone. Chop, what can you do? 1v4. Feels hopeless. Time ticking away. There's one. Second? No. Classia will find that last frag and a 13-7 win for the Blue Jays as they go to map number 2.
Really impressive work coming through there from the Blue Jays. Obviously having to pull it together, having to show up here on this opening map. Marsborn maybe kind of surprising them with this pick, but they'll take that every day of the week with the game plan that they brought together. First of all, a pretty dominant CT side that they're able to pull through there. Really, I felt like the multi-kills were available. Every time that, they would get some access, Blue Jays had options to pull it back. You think of the lobby aggression that they were able to put together, the outer yard control that they denied Marsborn throughout that half. Then that T side, it felt like they were always finding gaps in the extremities on the defense there. Wrapping in towards heaven, getting down secret with, minimal rotations from Marsborn. So altogether, Blue Jays playing a heck of a game here so far.
No, I do agree, and I think the numbers are going to show it as well once we have those ready to show you guys. But overall, it wasn't just one individual necessarily for the Blue Jays that did well. It was a complete effort. Everyone played their roles well. We're going to check Marsborn first. And Modem, speaking of playing his role well, T side, he was getting the entries. He was opening up that space, but there was never that second layer to the attack to support him. And, he was 17 and 16. Viz behind. Viz, actually, I said, he can be a surprising player sometimes. And he had those 17 frags as well tied up with Modem. But again, Grizz, Wolfie, Chop, kind of MIA. I would say not kind of like completely MIA in that first half. So that was tough.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not the impact that you're hoping to get out of some of these, big time plays that can come through. Grizz also, I feel like, can be pretty explosive when it comes to the opening duels, and it felt like really just Modem trying to pick up the mantle there. Viz helping out there as well. But as you said, on the other side of things, it was a full team effort. Every time that, someone might have faltered in their position, it always felt like it was picked up by someone else. There, Laxi bringing so many openings there. Walco providing consistent multi-kills on that CT side. I think Cryptic doing a really good job of calling out that T side and finding gaps. Maybe you give a little bit of credit there to Walco as well, with the mid rounds coming through there. And, for Classy and Junior, it's rare to see Junior not really flying off the charts
Yeah.
on the CT side start of Nuke. Or this usually his domain, but wasn't really asked all that much. And when he was able to provide.
Yeah, it's not like he was bad either, right? I agree with
Yeah.
you. Like maybe that one instance where he gets overzealous and plays on top of big box and gets traded out and it leads to that third round victory for Marsborn. You could highlight that. But overall, he played really well. I mean, he was in the right spots. He was getting one frag, here and there, making sure that Blue Jays could capitalize. And they did, and even the patience we talked about when he was in heaven, didn't overexpose himself, allow Classy to work around the map as he is apt to do. And Classy got both frags while Junior just waiting there saying, look, I'm still a threat to them. I don't have to worry here. So yeah, huge credit to Junior. The whole squad of the Blue Jays played really well, and I'm personally pretty impressed. Guys, also make sure to check out the Complexity Flash Summer merch sale if you're looking for some cool merch, where everything is 30% off on the Complexity shop this weekend. Use code REVIVAL to get your 30% discount. Guys, we'll be back in just a little bit with map number 2 of Dust 2 after this break. Welcome back to the PrizePicks Any Revival Series number 8. I'm JRT with Exner, and we're getting ready for map number 2 of Blue Jays versus Marsborn. Blue Jays took that first one on Nuke fairly convincingly, right? We saw flashes from Marsborn here and there, but overall, Blue Jays look like a well-practiced team ready to face off against anyone that tries to pick Nuke against them.
Yeah, I was really impressed with what they brought to the table right there. I feel like good calling, good work on the individual front. Everything you could really ask for there coming through from the Blue Jays, and now you've got more to look forward to here. To be honest, when it comes down to picking into Dust 2 here, it's a map that I have again high expectations for Junior on an individual front. You know, obviously as a map that Oppers can get really comfortable on. But I've also seen, you know, to the credit here of the side of Marsborn, I've seen a lot of exciting stuff in the past from Wolfie, a player that is going to have to step up here in this matchup and have a little bit more impact from what he was able to bring to the table on Nuke, right? You're going to have a CT side start. You're going to have a chance to lift off here. So we're going to need to see more push out of him alongside, you know, players like Grizz there. Because Modem was playing well, right? You had that to lean on. So just continue to carry that forward and have a couple of these key individuals step up as well.
Yeah, I mean, and Wolfie's numbers are actually pretty good on Dust 2, right? 1.26 rating, 1.55 impact, and 80.4 ADR. I think he has a 93 rating with the sniper rifle on the map. So definitely a map that he shines on. It's just the unfortunate thing is that Junior may outshine him as well because Junior's numbers are even better. 1.46 rating, 1.66 impact, 93 ADR, firepower overall rating of 97, and sniping rating of 95. Like, that's just... Those are nutty numbers, and we know that they're legitimate because of how many times we've seen Junior, like you mentioned, pop off on the map of Dust 2. So it'll be interesting to see, honestly, how these two players face off against each other, and they will be facing off because it's Dust 2, and the Oppers often meet towards mid.
Yeah. I mean, without a doubt, you're going to see some of that head-to-head there come through in between these two squads. What's interesting about that last map is it's also a very comfortable Junior map, and we didn't really need to get too much out of them.
Yeah.
It just felt like a couple of important shots were connected, even sometimes opening duels provided by Junior that didn't even necessarily lead to round wins as well. So it was a really comfortable way for Blue Jays to win, where it didn't really rely on a big individual effort, but that the rest of the roster is able to rise to the occasion, and that's also a concern for Marsborn when it comes to, you know, if you have Cryptic, who I think has a good grasp on how he just called out Nuke. If you're feeling that confidence, now you get to pick up the tempo here into Dust 2 and look to capitalize on a lot of those same gaps here, those same extremities. I mean, they were able to exploit that time and time again onto the side of Marsborn. So can they continue to find those sort of holes in the defense? I guess we'll get to find out.
Yeah, and also we have to mention Laxi adds this firepower element to the Blue Jays that was maybe missing in the past. Just a pure star rifler, right? I think that's what Laxi offers up here on this squad, having been brought over from Akimbo. I think it's great to see him make the adjustment to a more structured squad of play very quickly. As we go into the things here, round number 1, pistol round. Blue Jays taking their time on the approach.
Yeah, I mean, I like that Laxi still has a little bit of that identity to him.
Yes.
You know, pretty explosive aggression, but as you said, you got to get a little bit more structured. So I think it's a case of both Blue Jays using him in a position in which he's comfortable with, but also him being able to ring it in and match the system that's required here. Grizz is set up in a nice boost here on the mid to B. And Modem deletes the first bullet out of his gun, but Laxi will be able to answer back just as fast. Now the mid to B coming through here leads to a bit of a crunch. Oh, another lightning fast entry coming through from Laxi. All three. Complete destruction on this round. Viz looking for some recovery. Might find it on a Cryptic, but his teammate and Wolfie incredibly low here for this retake. I don't think they're going to go for it.
How appropriate that it's Laxi, right? And he's not usually the one going for entry. It's usually Cryptic, but, you know, Laxi doesn't shy away from it. 21.9% of the time he's going for those over the last month or so. And right there he gets 3. Wolfie and Viz just want to save the armor because they are forcing up in the next round. They want to have as much as possible brought over from this one. A smoke as well and a kit available to them. But wow, that was a fantastic entry towards B as the Blue Jays kick things off on the right foot on Dust 2.
Terrorists win.
so explosive right there. I kind of want to go and look at his time on Akimbo and see what the entries were looking like for him on that squad, because everyone else was just so much quicker at going for those opening duels. But obviously, coming into this roster, you do have a little bit more behind you. You have a IGL and Encrypted that does like a little bit of structure. Got a lot of firepower to back you up. You don't have to do a lot of the heavy lifting, so it'll be interesting. That's a clean 5-7 coming through.
Yeah,
Viz. What was that? What even is that?
I'm not sure. It might just be like a straight color, or like I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, yeah.
Wow.
Wait, what is
What
that?
is that
5-7?
skin?
We need to know. I'm not even sure now.
Am I
thought it
missing
was a different
something?
one. Maybe.
Maybe
We gotta
that's
check
the
his
new.
inventory.
That might be the new case, like from the not the operation, but the battle pass.
That's way too clean if it is. It's absurd.
Do you think he's got like a full blue gem?
I'm checking now. This has got my attention. I'm the skin guy,
it's an insane pickup right there. That's a sick pull, whatever it is. I just saw it. It was like a shiny diamond right there. I got distracted. Why you got the Mac 10 out when you got that $1 million 5-7 in your inventory? Show that thing off.
I can't. Hold on. It's a private inventory, Viz. Why? Why are you doing this to me?
It's probably best to keep it that way for scammers. If you got a nice
yeah, no, for sure. I'm not sure if he's on my friends list.
That's pretty.
Oh man. No.
Rats.
Yeah. It's okay. We'll figure it out. Either way. Good start from Blue Jays. Back to the match itself. Good anti-eco for them. As Marsborn will have their proper buy up here, and the mystery continues as to the 5-7 that Viz has brought onto the server. Junior getting tagged down at 52 here. Nice nade and another one. It's a Molotov actually, and Junior somehow escapes and they get the first frag. That is a miracle, honestly. 5v4 in favor of Blue Jays.
Man, Laxi able to slide out there and really save his teammate. Great coverage coming through there to provide security. I can't believe that Junior gets out, right? You would have been happy to walk away 1-for-1 on that trade, but instead they get the man advantage at the end of the day. There is the eventual pickup coming through. You'll find yourself a 4v4, but a great flash towards long can't be capitalized on. The Wildcard not quite quick enough on the draw. The mid to B smoke coming through there. They certainly are drawing in quite a bit of attention. Grizz rolling on back here, looking for that re-up bomb towards the long side. Cryptic is able to find it, but at a sacrifice of a lot of his health here on the stuck. On the back lines is Viz. He's able to isolate duels on towards long before the trade comes through. You need Junior to step forward with the scout. He only lands a tag before his teammate falls. So many low HP parts on the CT side. All could not matter in the end.
Junior wins these with 15 seconds left and 1 HP on a scout. It seems like a far cry, and yeah, he's probably just going to plant the bomb and die, and yep, that's exactly what happens. Bomb hits planted. Viz finds the immediate frag, and 3K for Viz. Honestly, a pretty good job in a round that there were big pieces in play for the Blue Jays. They should have enough money to reinvest into this round, but still, a good rebuff on Marsborn's side. And it does start with a lot of early damage. Sure, they don't get the opening frag, but those players were very heavily lit up.
So many opportunities right there for Blue Jays to also land some kills. Maybe if Junior had an op, there could have been a couple sequenced on in, but the scout not really doing him any favors. And as you said, so many low HP bars on Blue Jays that even that 4v5 doesn't feel like a big answer. It's shaping up to be a delayed long take. Smokes are down here. They're waiting for that to land, and then they're going to try and get explosive behind it. No HEs to back this one up, and Grizz gets leveled. Great call coming through from Blue Jays to catch Grizz out in the open. Long control manufactured here. And now the mid smokes are going to come on through here. This cat re-aggression spotted out. Glacia sneaky. He's calling it instantly. Yeah. The communication rolling here from him.
They're falling back to try and clear this
They're gonna
flank
flush him out, yeah.
Yeah, I like it. Viz dead to rights. What a shot from Cryptic. The Deagle singing. 5v3 as a result, and Cryptic gets the upgrade. Wolfie catches Classia, but doesn't connect cleanly. That means Classia will survive to fight another round, or at least in this one.
Scale up towards long. Bottom needs a fight, and he knows it. Forward angle, but you expect a flash to come through here. Shadow's starting to be seen, but one slips under the crosshair. He's able to duck out for the first here. Smoke is down to the flames as well. Staying alive and buying time now. Wolfie gets involved. Able to find a couple of kills. Wolfie sidelining 2. And this defense from Modem and Wolfie saving the day. A combo that couldn't fully sequence on Nuke, but is now stepping up here now. Junior looking for recovery. Knows Modem is still around the corner. He doesn't. He gets found out. This 5v3 could go sour here. Classia finished off by Wolfie. In the end, a full house between the duo that had to step up here. Modem still having his impact, but now Wolfie able to get involved.
I think there was some counter util thrown at some point by Marsborn and Incendiary towards ramp, and that's what Laxi gets caught up in. Yeah, you can see it burning away there. In the meantime, Wolfie's just connecting on shot after shot, and then, you know, his latest victim was Laxi. After that, he goes on the flank, deals the killing blow. What a round from him. As we are tied up at 2. It felt like things were trending well for the Blue Jays as they found that opening frag, but and not to mention the second one as well. That was a 5v3 in their favor. And then they let it slip away on the approach towards the A site. I mean, I feel like having cleared out all that space, you know, find the opener towards long A, get the mid frag, maybe just slow it down a little bit, just a touch, trying to get the control towards mid and maybe send it mid to B. Or go from cat, but instead they try to go all from long, and it just does not work out for them at all. So, Blue Jays now on a half by Junior, investing fully into the scout. He just wants to keep running the scout. I can't blame him for going for that. Oh my god, indeed. Cryptic going to get another Deagle headshot. 5v4 for the Blue Jays. I don't think he'll get that gun. No, it's way too out of reach. But it will attract the attention from Viz, which opens up the possibility, a very real one, at a bomb plant here.
Oh, Grizz, he doesn't have his gun out. Oh. Utility out. He's able to stay alive, but he doesn't able to survive for forever. Junior steps forward with the scout. The timing perfect on the collapse. Blue Jays catch him by surprise. And Modem and Shop left into recovery mode. Multiple HEs. But guns starting to be recovered. One sent in, pack it a punch. Wildcard down. Sidelined here. Chop now flying through. Another HE sent on in. Cryptic more damage taken. You isolate these duels here. Modem says yes. One quick kill in and another. Classia left with just a Glock in hand, and he's able to find a dink, but not the round converted.
What?
Chop and Modem pull it back from the brink.
How are Blue Jays losing these rounds? How is it happening? Felt like they had full control there. Opener from Cryptic with the Deagle. Junior getting the scout frag. 4v2. Yes, it's just pistols, but I mean, a nice nade from Modem and then the follow-up from onto Cryptic. It's just, I'm surprised that Modem gets that many fights and wins them. Again, limited hardware on the Blue Jays side, but that's one of those rounds where you expect the eco to be successful, and it isn't. So Marsborn showing some resilience here, even though they're not winning the opening duels, which is a problem long-term if it keeps happening for them. You can't expect them to recover like they have over the last 2 rounds, but still impressive nonetheless.
Yeah, that's really good work there to pull things back. I also got news on the 5-7, by the way. Okay. Sent by Trotta. Shout out to Trotta for this info. It's a sky blue. A factory new listing is 83 cents. So you're gonna want to get in on that. That's a steal of a deal right there for how clean that skin looks. Maybe you want a high float or something, but
what collection? It must be a new collection.
The Ascent collection. Ascent, yeah.
Ascent, yeah, that's a new collection.
That feels like you can't afford not to at that point. You gotta get that while you can. Yeah, I mean it's a real pretty. Jeez. All that being said, a nice opener there. I think a little bit of redemption for Wolfie, who got absolutely destroyed by Cryptic Deagle in the last round. Able to make sure to get him on this important gun round here. An opening duel. Just step inside the smoke. Wolfie spots nothing. But there's still such a strong defense on the B side. Goes on clear to Viz, able to deliver the multi, and there's 2 more on the site proper. So Junior turning that corner to absolutely no avail. And Marsborn locked down another round.
Alrighty. Well, nice shutdown there from Marsborn up against the buy-up for the Blue Jays, and now they're trying to scratch their heads wondering, okay, what's going on here? That's exactly what Marsborn needed too, right? We talked about it. You can't get those heroic efforts fighting from behind, so I say, well, we won't fight from behind at all. Just going to take care of business immediately on the front foot. 7th round of play. The deals have been good here for Blue Jays, but Junior's lost immediately in the opening duel. And Junior had been forcing up a scout again and again and again, but eventually you want him on the op. You don't want him scouting for the entirety of the T-half. Chop gets overcome there by Laxi, who's traded up by MOTM. They could continue their push into the B site. It might be the best idea, but at the same time, Cryptic is moving in, and no one's watching long. Wolfie has now decided to have a peek here, and he should hit this shot. He doesn't! Oh my goodness, Cryptic!
Goodness.
Another one! That's his 3rd in a row with this Deagle that has looked absolutely ridiculous. Viz, on the other side, could get overloaded too. Another round potentially going to come through for the Blue Jays. No! Viz will get both. Wildco and Classia are gone, and then Grizz takes care of Cryptic. Still, you know, scary moments coming through for Marsborn.
Yeah, very scary right there. The Deagle continuing to do damage. Nasty 1D coming through from Cryptic. Every round he's bought the Deagle, he's been able to pack some serious damage. Makes it concerning for Marsborn, but it's cleaned up in the end. Viz holding down the line. Delivering the multi on that catwalk position. Junior trying to strike with his AWP, but no targets present. HE for the smoke break, maybe, for Wolfie. Trying to time this one up. Has to throw it himself, though. And it's a little bit mistossed. Too deep on the line there, so what could have been some open visuals ends up being a lack of information instead.
Eighth round of play. Blue Jays do gain some space up cat, but you know it's obviously been spotted out by Marsborn throwing that utility immediately. Marsborn on alert here. So far been a very good CT side. Although we've seen moments of shakiness that the Blue Jays have been unable to capitalize on. Wolfie waits with the AWP. From car, 3 players near the A site. 1 watching long. I think Walco's hoping to catch this long player rotating back to A. Timing has to be good for that to happen. Drop down into CT. This is trouble for Wolfie, who does collect a shot. Walco on long catches Grizz. The problem is that his teammates are falling towards A. Attracts the attention of Wolfie, who hits that shot, supporting his Viz. This is another round victory for Marsborn, almost certainly, unless Junior can clutch it out, which we shouldn't count out yet, because he's got an opportunity to line up some 1v1s, but not going to happen. Wolfie wins the immediate duel, and Marsborn are up to 6.
He's doing a great job here again. This is a huge elevation of his level. Getting collapsed, I mean, you got to give credit to Blue Jays. I love the disruptive utility that they're able to throw. The flashes that allow for the scaling of the catwalk aggression right there, and for the players to dive in through CT. It's just a difficult shot that Wolfie, you know, needs to connect on, and he is able to provide it. That's big step up coming through out of what felt like a pretty troubling map for him last time around. Is rising to the occasion here and now. Impacting the server with his AWP, not only covering off that catwalk approach, but also delivering on the long lurk as his long player fell. This time, though, right underneath the scope. Another opportunity with the Deagle, but it has to be onto the head of Wolfie. He's barely able to survive. But he lands the adjustment in time. Walco gonna be kicking himself for missing that opportunity.
MOTM waits at mid. Walco will not get his second chance this round, so he'll have to make up for the next. There's the shadow advantage for Junior. He knows Monum is here. I mean, that's such an advantage too. Like you see the shadow well before the player is peeking. Junior misses the shot. Modem will eventually fall to Junior's scout. Nice headshot through the door, in fact, to make it a 4v4, but there's still so much firepower available for Marsborn. Not to mention, Wolfie's up 13-2 right now. Could even make it 14 if Junior is spotted out here. Junior's managed to creep up Cat, and Grizz will be the one to finish him off. 7-2 for Marsborn.
Really impressed with Wolfie in the opping. Look at that adjustment. He's able to find Wildco. I'd be wishing you had that one back right there, but this is what Wolfie does on 19 HP. They're finding 2 more kills to sure things up. The Blue Jays still left limited here. T-side rounds not flowing as they were on Nuke, where they were able to find the gaps. They're able to find some injury success, but they can't close out these rounds here now. Modem tossing in some good late flashes here, and Grizz just lines up a multi. The long take destroyed. And this time Grizz able to hold his post. Instant reaction here, rotating in towards middle, the CT side. Making a swift move. Recover lost space. They know that they spent a lot of resources in covering up this long side. Now they have to recover mid. They take a 1-for-1 here. Puts a lot of pressure on Chop. We'll see if he does press in towards upper tunnels. That's exactly what he's doing. So a good move late into the round, giving over this B site, but also giving themselves extra security here to wrap this one up in the post plant.
Yeah, I guess so, but still, maybe the lack of util will hurt the Blue Jays here, but you've given up the B site. If they had a better belt of util, that this might be more dangerous. Still, they get the bomb planted, and no one's really here. Yeah, Junior has the AWP. Classy with the AK. Junior just needs one here to make it more comfortable. Won't get it at all. Great frag from Grizz, and now the round is probably over. Class is just going to have to absolutely pop off and get the ace, more than likely. At least a couple pushing back and won't get anything. Grizz will get the last here. A 4K for him on the round as Marsborn are flying high. 8 rounds already on their opponent's map pick.
I was going to say, what felt like the only real vulnerability for me in Marsborn's defense has been towards the long side, with a couple of, struggles for Grizz to hold it down versus a lurking presence or that delayed pop where he just didn't get anything going. But then he's able to bring that to the table, and that just really feels like you're running out of options now. It gets scary with Junior with an op. You could see how much that kill, or that death rather, meant to him. I mean, once you lose that, it feels like the round is probably a done deal there. Classy not really in a position to deliver much in the multi. And a timeout called out from Blue Jays. I feel like at this point here, a chance to try and bounce back here. Looking to listen in to the... They can bring back here in recovery. What do they have in store here? Smile on the face of Wolfie compared to that tough time on Nuke. This is so much cleaner. He's dominating the server every facet on these duels. All over the map here, able to provide impact.
Whoa, didn't expect that one. Viz with the PrizePicks check mark for more than 28.5 frags. That is, I mean, I did say in the pregame that he is a player that can pop off on certain occasions, and he definitely has here for his squad. 17 in the first, 13 here, 30 overall. So that is really nice to see if you're on Marsborn, and Viz himself, who's had his struggles in the past. Not to mention an 8-2 lead here. Smoke's going to get tossed in towards those tunnels. Molotov at Wolfie's feet needs to be careful. He will fall off there. This is a good timing on the nade. Should do some damage here, but no, they're actually pretty much past it. Laxi only taking 3 HP of damage. Now the Blue Jays threatening here.
Yeah, lots of utility damage here for the T side instead, and minimal impact coming through out of the defensive utility for Marsborn. See, catching another smoke here. That'll delay out this long, or rather short approach towards the catwalk. Again, Wolfie's op is on the scene. There's a good HE tossed in. But with the current setup here, I feel like this one has to be a B-side finish, right? I mean, they've got lurking player on the tons side of things. They're going to try and maybe send one player down in towards CT spawn. Viz looking to avoid the flashes, then head in towards mid to B.
Yeah, only 20 seconds left, though. This is a risk. Laxi does have the control into CT. 12 seconds now. They're still not in sight there. They start to come. MOTM gone, but Chop's still standing here on the site. Could deny it all by himself.
Oh my
Gets
God.
the second. The third would be enough. And in
No
fact,
time.
it was enough. There's no time to plant the bomb. Cryptic just plants it for money at this stage, as it will be Marsborn taking the round. Even though Blue Jays had the better setup, it's because of how little time they had when executing that it cost them the round.
Yeah, that's a tough way to lose right there. If you're on the side of Blue Jays, feeling like finally, I think a good call there rolling through. If they had 5 extra seconds on the clock, Laxi was in a position to cut off all of the rotates, and they found some efficient trades, but they can't find. There's a couple extra seconds to make that round work. So another victory for Marsborn. Cryptic trying to get out towards Blue Bin. Smoke to the flanks here. Chop in towards lower. One quick kill in, and make it a double from Laxi. Last time they were able to win a round there was at the hands of Laxi on some explosive openings. On the pistol in the following. Is that all that they've had here so far? The full eco that came through from Marsborn after the pistol round here so far. And the 2 rounds that Blue Jays have been able to manufacture.
Good flashbang there. Viz fully blinded. Blue Jays, another 5v3 advantage, which they had earlier in that half. I think it was on the eco round, but either way. Now a 5v2. Has to be a third for the Blue Jays here. No way they let this one slip away too, right? Viz has been on a heater. There's his 14th frag of the half. Leads the team in that category. Not only the team, but the server. Wolfie trying to cycle back towards it. I mean, it's a long run for Wolfie and Viz here. So the Blue Jays still have the advantage. Cryptic should be set up for a freebie. There it is. That is likely the round in favor of the Blue Jays. So they salvage a third at the end of this half.
We're going to see. Can't find a couple of consolation kills. Make it possible. Absolutely not. Junior steps up. Was able to deliver the finishing blow right there. Laxi with a big-time double opener. I feel like if you're Marsborn, you're going for a big gut punch play here towards the double up in towards lower tons. And if that works, you know, you make a statement heading into the second half saying, hey, we just bullied you in the first. But the fact that it doesn't throws a bit of a momentum stopper in. Still requires a dominant defense from Blue Jays, but 1 round extra credit there compared to losing, you know, what would have been 10 rounds in a row. Yeah, at least avoid that disaster.
I mean, that was an uncharacteristically slow half for Junior on Dust 2. On the defensive side, and Junior and Classia get the openers immediately, and that's off a bit of aggression from Junior as well. He was pushing up in towards top mid. Junior now waiting, finds another, maybe even a third. Indeed, almost the last one as well, but Modem will put him down. Still, I mean, this is a 4v1. Okay.
Ooh. Chop got caught in a crossfire from his teammate and Junior there and got a couple of headshots sent his way. But it's all good. Laxi rolls in for the finisher. Junior, as you said, maybe a bit of a slower half here, but this is a big step up to start off the second, knowing that now he needs to turn up here a little bit. I feel like Junior landed so many scout tags.
Yeah.
I wonder if his ADR shows. I guess we can see if he dies, but he landed so many scout tags, it felt like that was, you know, well worth it.
I think that was one of the problems.
Yeah, he's got 92 ADRs. He was on scouts, 8 and 10, but 92 ADRs is definitely a lot of tags without kills converted.
It's just that we weren't seeing him on the op, right? If that's an op, then that's kills converted every single time, and we might have an entirely different first half. But it's the risk, right, of forcing into the scout on Dust 2, which has been very meta as of late. But then you don't get the op, and if you're not converting on the tags or your teammates aren't, you're in a lot of trouble. Still not out of reach for the Blue Jays, having won the pistol round. But they need to get a few quickly.
That's what they can do here with Glocks. Marsborn, they're long for a door to swing open here. Oh, this is going to be Junior getting overrun. Yeah, somehow escapes here. Now he's got backup. Trying to keep Junior alive is very important because he loves to hunt down these ecos so that he can farm up op money, and he's just found 3. Plus $1,800 in a flawless round that he's able to survive in. A little bit chaotic there, but hanging on to his life is going to grant him plenty of money to get this op out as soon as possible. If Blue Jays ever have a win condition to really bring in a flawless half, it's having Junior get activated on the defense.
Definitely felt like Junior was going to get overloaded there, but he survives with 3 HP and even gets that 3rd kill with only 3 singular points of health left. So very nicely done from him. And there's the AWP we talked about. Farming that SMG money. He's going to go aggressive here. Oh my goodness, Junior wants the early fight. Walco actually gets one towards long. Laxi trades him out, so the advantage early on in the round belongs to the Blue Jays. Nate's going to sail in towards double doors. Wolfie going to eat that one down to 62 health. Nice toss from the hands of Laxi, and he recycles the smoke as well. Long is closed for business.
I completely shut out. Trying to recover though through middle. One missed op shot could cost him, but Jiggles should be seen there. Junior threads in aggression and is able to escape the further damage. And Modem taken at range. Cryptic sharp with the FAMAS in hand. Wolfie may be aware of this flank potential. Laxi, we'll see if anything presents. In that corner, though, he does delete Laxi on the flank there. Great preparation. HE goes a little deep. Oh my god! Cryptic caught completely off guard. Wolfie now has a bomb plant at the very least, if not a clutch on his hands. 1v2 opened up here for him. Door swung wide open. Junior and Classy both joining their forces here. This is definitely a deadly duo in the clutch to deal with, but Wolfie repositioning effectively. Avoiding the contact right now. Back certain sides are turned. He's able to step up, but Junior tracks his aim. Able to deal with it quickly. A sliver of an opportunity right there for Wolfie presents itself, but it will be shut down in the end. Junior recovers the op. Classy will get the defuse.
Well, good decision from Junior to go to the rifle instead of the op, and then spots out Wolfie towards Cat. I thought Wolfie had it. I really did. I think if he was a little more aggressive, having a peek towards CT, that he could have gotten one for free, but decides to play it passively, and that in the end is what costs him, despite some excellent fragging there. Going towards A and securing a bomb plant to the very least. That's extra money. We have another PrizePicks check mark coming through. Laxi with 30.5 frags, or more than 30.5 frags. So that's one on the Blue Jays and one on Marsborn, getting those check marks. Let's see if anyone else will manage to collect them. Laxi, opener, onto MOTM. This is just the eco round for Marsborn, and so far it's going very, very good for the Blue Jays. Although one player does fall, that'll likely be the only casualty in the round for them, and it is Laxi, a 2K Cryptic, as well as the Blue Jays come within 2 rounds.
A lot of bullets being spammed right there down. Eventually they start to connect for the CT side. They're taking a single casualty. Not the biggest concern here. Now the distance closes to 2 here. Marsborn lead quickly tumbling. Gonna come up with some more ideas here on the T side. Last time getting shut out by the opping presence, relying on Wolfie to try and pull back that round, and he's been playing incredibly good here on Dust 2. But now it definitely feels like it's time to call upon some of those riflers. Find more impact. Modem we get back to winning ways here, and Lexi making an unbelievably aggressive move here. Grizz, Shadow going to be exposed, and it's a freebie handed over. Yeah, I can understand why he's caught surprised right there. Lexi makes an unbelievably aggressive play. And Grizz is left confused, shattered. More utility damage done as well as they try and scale up Catwalk.
think it was the incendiary, right? Because that incendiary was thrown so deep, they're like, there's no way anyone's here. And Lexi's like, that's exactly what I wanted you to think. And just beautiful jump to get that frag. Beautiful jump on Grizz to get that frag.
Yeah, also, that molly, if you're going, past it, makes you feel like, well, at least he's going to make a sound cue and taking the molly if he's is making that aggressive duel. But he played it really cautious. There's a follow-up HE onto Viz. Bottom down to half HP. Gonna try and get a player what I thought was gonna get ducked down in towards CT spawn. I guess in this case they don't have the resources to do so. They're tossing in flashes like he's here, but that's not the case. It is only going to be a double up on the B side, so there's a chance this could get a bit awkward. Molly going in towards window, forcing them into a duel through doors, and a spray down coming through from Walco. As he gets out around the corner in time, Classy will have coverage. Perfect unity in this defense. Wolfie still finding impact. Wow. Only bested by the HE, but hitting just about everything that presents itself to him.
Wolfie is playing very well right now. Like, his feet are on fire. Unbelievable.
Dude, oh my god.
That's a crazy flick. I mean, just the fact that he gets that second shot is nuts. But it will be an 8th round for the Blue Jays, who have not lost a single round in this second half. That was a Marsborn buy-up as well, and the Blue Jays walked out of it with 3 players. I think it was a bit of a risk to go mid to B, because, you're always exposed to that car position when you're coming through the doors, and you don't want to smoke it off because you need to have visibility as you go into the site, or otherwise it's a disadvantage for you. And I mean, Walco played that very well. I mean, got the first, started standing up while he was still firing to get that second cleanly. And after that, there was just no path forward for Marsborn. This is a battle of the CT sides, which is not usually the case on Dust 2, right? Usually it's the T side that has a slight edge, but here, not the case at all. Junior gonna miss that shot. Trying to overload our Marsborn with the Tech 9s towards long, and they may just do that. Blue Jays realizing what they're up against,
they're
so they fall back. They are up cat, but the frags are there, and the bodies are ready.
Ooh, trying to bail out Cryptic right there. Now Junior's gotta survive. Ducking down, he's got to avoid it. CT. He's able to survive. In fact, why not get a molly while you're at it and turning the corner into an HE? There is no safety on this map whatsoever. Just barely escaping here. Now Wolfie still getting his, but will be bested. It is a tied scoreline here quickly at 9s. A chaotic advance up the catwalk. Looking like it could have presented opportunities, but Cryptic insting the first with the op backing him up as well. What should have maybe caught Blue Jays off guard instead led to a pretty well defended setup.
That's such a nice
keeping them at bay.
From Classy at the end, right? Yeah. Just tossing that up, cat. Perfectly placed. Almost gets both. Just short of it. Nice shot from Wolfie to tag Classia on his approach up mid, and Classia immediately retreats afterwards. That's the space Marsborn we're hoping to get. Nade is good, though. This time from Cryptic into lower. Catches Viz and Modem. Walco tosses that incendiary to prevent the quick push to come in towards mid. So this is already looking decent for Blue Jays. Now even better with Modem getting tagged by another nade. Hasn't seen a single player and is already down at 31 HP.
This is so frustrating for Marsborn. That utility damage continues to be an asset. Blue Jays doing so much damage off the back of the util. We got an interesting setup here defensively, though. CT side stacking their opper in towards long. So this is designed to make sure that your lurking presence never gets an impact in the server, but it also takes your op out of the picture for a defense up the catwalk. But when you're presented kills like that, now you know the lurker's down. You can quickly transition your defense to support it. I mean, you can almost, at least give up long here, knowing that Grizz is down. And that's
oh my god.
What he's going to do. He's going to try and get into a quick rotation. Another brilliant bit of utility damage coming through. Everyone down to half or low HP here. Cryptic, a little bit of team damage, but still providing security here. And Junior's op playing at range is going to give them no grace. So much damage done on the Blue Jays right now, but it's just an op up against them. And Wolfie finally misses as Blue Jays take the lead.
Wow. flawless so far on their CT side are Blue Jays, and I think the problem for Marsborn is that they've got Wolfie playing well, Viz as well, but everyone else is asleep at the wheel again. They need more from the rest of their squad. Otherwise, Blue Jays are going to run away with this one. Geez, 7 in a row. Actually, 8 in a row going back to that end of that first half, right? Getting that third round is turning out to be very important for Blue Jays. Otherwise, they would be the ones staring down at only a 9th round, and a 10-9 lead would still be in favor of Marsborn. It gives you... It would have been a little bit more buffer for Marsborn. Now they can't fall back on that. Walco waiting with the AK here towards the B site. Chop on the other end. Junior waiting with the op on the other side. Flashbang's out. It's a good flashbang and a missed shot. Junior can get overloaded here. He does manage to slip away. Cryptic watching as a smoke blooms in front of his face. They're going to be... This could be impactful, but Cryptic still gets one on that smoke spam. Junior collects another on Viz. Chop still waiting in the upper tunnels there to activate, but he won't. He falls back. Modem still hunting. Won't get anything. I mean, this feels like it's going to be Blue Jays until Wolfie. I mean, he's been trying to do everything for his squad. Crazy 2K. Problem is, only 24 HP combined amongst himself and Chop. They will regroup towards the A site, but you have to imagine that they don't have very long here. Unless Wolfie is going to tap the toes with his bullets. He gets a third. How is he pulling this off?
Can't turn the corner. He can't afford to. He's going to get swung with utility out.
Oh my god.
Wolfie's on for the ace. He's taking everyone down. Just one more target, one more foe. And he's going to get caught in an off angle. Junior connects with the AWP. He doesn't whip the Tech 9 out though. He's going to keep his op in hand. Now he's finally going to get the sidearm out. 10 seconds left on the defuse here. He's going to have time to rip the round away.
Oh my god.
Wolfie's heroics going to be denied.
Wolfie deserved that. I gotta say, with the way he played in that round, he brought it back from the brink and almost converts it all by his lonesome. He just needed a second layer this time. That second frag was crazy, and he's just tapping toes with the bullets. Then Walco trying to throw util, but it's being waited for aggressively. Like, they're not expecting the player with low HP to be posted up like that, but he was. Cryptic going to hit the PrizePicks check mark with more than 30 frags. There's another one for the Blue Jays, but I mean, you just need someone else to help Wolfie. You need someone else, and they win that round. 11-9 in favor of Blue Jays. Despite Wolfie leading the server, and now he loses the duel to Junior. I think that was a smoke break, I would imagine anyway.
Yeah, I heard the HE.
Oh, man.
It's a brutal takeaway there in the opening stage. I mean, the presence on this T side eliminated. Now calling from the sidelines here. Trying to get things rolling. Otherwise, Blue Jays could claim series point here. A connection through the smoke on the lurking presence towards tunnels. But now, Junior leaving his teammate out here. Walco still able to provide some coverage. There's Junior with a Tech 9. Finds another with the op. He continues. So Viz left shattered. And a 1v3. He's rushing to get the bomb down. Flashes go over his head. He contains his vision and now repositions. Another flash sent on in, but the flank already active. And Classia wraps this round up here. Blue Jays securing themselves 12.
Viz with his face in his hands thinking, oh man, I felt like I could do it, but knowing that that means it's 12-9 for the Blue Jays. Flawless on their CT side. We've seen this before, Cole, with NRG yesterday on CT side of Train, where they didn't lose a single round to pull 11 in a row. This was not even that as tall of a task, but still down 9-3. Blue Jays have got 9 in a row, looking to make it 10. Another PrizePicks check mark. Wolfie, I mean, expected the way he has played here on this second map. That is unbelievable contribution to his squad, and he's going to be having a talk with them saying, hey guys, where were the rest of you? Maybe not Viz, but oh my god, Modem, Grizz, and Chop, the rifling core, which we highlighted on Nuke as well, needed to step up, and they weren't. Maybe Modem. I mean, Modem was good on Nuke, but Grizz and Chop have been very, very much lacking. Junior going to hit his PrizePicks check mark as well, more than 32.5 frags. Told you guys, you got to lock him in every time.
Yeah, when you see a Veto like Nuke does too as well. he's going to have a field day. Had a lot more impact on the second map here, and look at the HEs. They continue to rain down damage over and over again. Junior playing a bit of an off angle. Can be hard to get out of position, but it can be easy to catch kills and avoid flashbangs, and that's what he does right there. Followed up by a molly, trying to thread in more aggression, and instead tosses in a delay smoke, more block utility, keeping this play at bay.
I love how he throws the incendiary and peeks around it, because you don't expect that to be happening. Anyway, Cryptic's under a lot of pressure here, as Junior's falling back towards CT. Flashbang's gonna come in, he can't really see anything at all. Fully blinded, but he throws the counter util while he's blinded, and it's good. He survives. Laxi gets a frag in the meantime. Finally, Cryptic falls, but he's bought precious time for his team. Junior, the jumping no-scope headshot. Walco gets the last, but it's Junior who's put it on a show in that round to give Blue Jays their 13th round and the win on the series. Wow.
It's just absolutely electric right there. I mean, a flawless comeback. We said we've been seeing some of these flare up every once in a while. These huge second half comebacks rolling on through. There's another example of it. It's just flawless in the second half here. A complete sweep rolling out there from Blue Jays. And again, Marsborn coming through there. They have the intensity. When you watch Wolfie landing shots and consistently connecting on these duels like he was able to do there, you expect the T side to have a little bit more influence. But it really did feel like a solo effort there, where he was just having to do everything, and a couple of clutches possible would have been the only rounds that Marsborn could have won, and those clutches were still denied as well.
And even on the CT side, you know, he was the one carrying the weight of his team on his shoulders with Viz as well. Admittedly, Viz was better on the first half, but in the second half, you're right. It was just Wolfie that was trying to create opportunities, and that's not going to be enough on most occasions. And you saw Marsborn blanked completely on their T side. Not a single round came through. 10 in a row for the Blue Jays to get this 2-0 win. I mean, we're going to see the numbers come on your screen in just a little bit, guys, as soon as they're ready. But I mean, this was just something else from the Blue Jays. They look good. And let's not forget, this used to be Nouns. We knew that the Nouns core was already a strong core. And with the addition of Walco, I don't think Walco had as good of a map in the second on Dust 2, but he didn't need to, because, you know, the rest of that squad is really strong on the map, especially Junior, who had 22 frags, I think 24 frags, what he finished with. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He was ridiculous. But Walco on the first map is where it impressed me. His mobility, his knowledge of the game, and Nuke itself, which can be difficult to play on CT side. You saw him thriving on multiple occasions, never over-aggressing, never getting ahead of himself, and always taking the right fights. So I think that's where his impact is going to be felt the most. As we do see the numbers coming through here, Cole, you know, you had a couple of players on the side of Marsborn, Viz and Wolfie, who were the most consistent pieces throughout this series, but yeah, they needed more from the rifle core, as we've already said multiple times.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Wolfie able to pull it together there. I think Modem in that first map doing such an unbelievable job with those opening duels there. And I thought, you know, I definitely saw a little bit more of that on the CT side. He was carrying it forward into the CT side of Dust too. He was playing good alongside Wolfie on the defense, and just never really carried over like it did on the T side towards that outer yard, where he was really able to, you know, work some magic there. So, bit unfortunate on the side of Marsborn, but on the other end of Blue Jays, you know, not only is it big impact coming through from so many different individuals there, it felt like just a full team effort, but you also have this kind of standard set by the utility damage that was constantly coming through there on that comeback effort. Like, good utility, I think good calling rolling through, and then everyone being able to fill their role here for this squad is exactly how you like to win a game here.
No question. Walco one frag short of getting his PrizePicks frag estimate, right? That is just unfortunate for him. But I mean, he still had a great series, impressive stuff. Classy a little quieter. Usually Dust 2 is a map where he can thrive, but I felt like the information he was gaining for his team, you know, on T side, even though things weren't going well, you know, there were moments where he was giving valuable info to his squad, and also in some occasions able to strike true with the nade damage, for example, right? And that one round on CT side where he throws the nade up, Cat gets one and then finishes it off with the frag as well. So still in key moments, I felt like Classy did his job, and the rest of the squad absolutely the same. Like, it was a team effort from start to finish here for Blue Jays, and impressive to see them perform so well as they advance the semis, and Marsborn, well, better luck next time. Guys, we are going to hit a quick break. We'll have another matchup, Wildcard, up against Getting Info coming up next. But before we hit that break, we do want to thank those who make this PrizePicks NA Revival Series possible. And of course, the NA Revival Series is sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Series is also partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 2 to 6 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts are gone swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, we're going to head to that break, but when we come back, we'll break down Wildcard up against Getting Info. And we're back with some more Prize Picks NA Revival Series number 8 action. I'm JRT again with Exner, and we've got Wildcard up against Getting Info coming at you. Before we break that one down, let's check out the bracket to see what happened in those previous matchups, of course. One we just saw, and that was Blue Jays advancing, and then M80 also defeating their opponent to advance. Or, I can't remember the name, sorry. But
Verstappen peak, or
Yeah,
I think it's an
Verstappen peak.
F1 driver.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. So I assume it's kind of like a race car peak, at the end of the day. But
Yes.
kind of went the way of M80 as we'd expect there, rolling out. Sometimes these open qualifier teams making some good strides in those open qualifier. You like to see them do some damage, but M80 just a team that I think is so capable of shutting those sort of uprisings on down there. Wildcard versus Getting Info going to be interesting. I think we're dealing with some shift ups in the rosters, and then of course NRG versus Aether. While that's going down, NRG are recent, at least CCT champions, as they had a hell of a path to get there. So looking forward to seeing if they can try and pick up that momentum and try and continue their dominance in the region, or if there's going to be more shift ups in the rankings right now.
I'm not sure Energy would have beat M80 either, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's the
I
thing.
think they got lucky that Wildcard managed to pull off a win against them, and they're like, okay, well maybe we can take this grand final, and they absolutely did. Speaking of Wildcard, though, they actually played the NA Revival Series a long time ago. It feels like a long time ago, anyway. Revival Series number 1 and number 2, and they won Revival Series number 1. So technically, they're reigning champions here that could get another title if they can find a way to beat these teams again. And obviously, it's a different look. Susp and Fuzi no longer part of the team. Instead, Peeping is going to be here with Friend on the AWP. And why don't we just jump into the Prize Picks analyst segment off of that and talk about this squad, or, Getting Info, whichever one comes first. And it will be, in fact, Wildcard that we're going to be discussing. Now, for me, Cole, I'm going to say it up front. The biggest weakness I find lately for Wildcard has been Friend. I think he hasn't necessarily performed at the level that they need him to, and I don't know if that's necessarily going to change here. There have been flashes where like, oh, okay, he's looking good, but I still feel like the inconsistency is what's reigning supreme. The player that has been looking good, though, is Sonic, and I think pretty consistently he's been doing that for this squad. JBA as well. He's had some very strong moments, even on that train where they were up 12-1 and then lost yesterday up against NRG. He was looking very good on the CT side. So those are my two players to watch, I would say.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. I feel like Sonic consistently being able to provide impact here for his squad. I mean, it's just one of those, he's one of those players that I feel like always is able to, put the numbers on in and be able to put the work in, because if he doesn't really have the success, I feel like this roster loses a lot of its opportunities on the T side. I think he works a lot of angles. He's, I think, a self-sufficient player as well in that sense. So you don't have to set him up with a lot for him to succeed. But I'm with you. I think Friend also a little bit on the struggle bus. I look at that comeback that took place there on the T side, couldn't get really much going on train, right? And I know it can be difficult to work on train T side, but when they had that massive comeback coming through, he really didn't have the moments that were required for Wildcard to push that over the line. They just needed a small push, just something out of him. So a bit disappointing there, but this is obviously a big opportunity for Wildcard to bounce back here as they still looked good in their competition outside of that loss.
And one player I would say is a dark horse is Stanislaw. He's one that can definitely hit those 24 frags, right?
Yeah,
I think he's a
absolutely.
player that often is underestimated as the IGL of the squad, so keep your eye on him. Let's switch gears now to Getting Info. And this is technically the ex-Timberman squad or ex-Elevate squad, right? The core anyway. And they did play up against Wildcard in that PrizePicks, NA PrizePicks series number 1, right? Where Wildcard won it all and they lost that series, of course. I think it went to 3 maps. Let me double check that. Yeah, it did. Ended up Elevate or Getting Info now took Ancient 16-14. It was a pretty close series. Ended up taking into overtime on the final map of Dust 2 as well. So I think we're in for an interesting affair. Looking at the individuals, I would say Markey is one that's on my radar personally, because I know he's more of a lurk and more of an anchor player, but he's always finding ways somehow to get into the mix, get in on those flanks, get making noise for the squad. And I think I saw him recently on Overpass where he's just always in the right spots, pushing in on CT side to catch off the tees. So I think that definitely Markey would be my player to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think that he is a player that can really elevate his level here. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can bring to the table. As you said, I think more of a slower lurking presence in the server there that when he is hitting his stride can really deliver. I think Snav as well,
Yeah.
individual here. You know, another one of the callers on this squad of getting info that can still play around himself. Also super effective when it comes down to like certain maps. So, I mean, obviously we'll see a little bit later where we get there, but I think, he's a player that can call around himself and set himself up for success on those T sides. So, I always have high expectations for what he brings to the table. And then Shane on the anchoring, like, I feel like that's also
Yes.
low
Yes.
for my liking. Like, this guy's a multi-killing machine, really good anchor presence. If his sight is getting hit a lot, he's going to be able to provide a lot of kills. So I think that's always something to keep an eye on here for Shane as well.
No question. All right. Well, that breaks down both these squads, guys. Let's check out what the Veto has brought us here and where we are headed. And I'm curious to see, if there's going to be a shift up in any of the bans from either of these squads. I know that there's pretty much a 7 map pool that can be implemented from both Getting Info and Wildcard. And once we get those maps shown to us, it's a surprise. All right. What is Getting Info's logo? What is that? All right. Well, did Ches draw that? Anyway, look, Ancient gonna get picked by Getting Info. Nuke for Wildcard and Overpass the Decider. I had a feeling Overpass would be in here somewhere. I think both teams have experimented with it, and great success, to great success, I should say, for Wildcard. They're only lost to M80, who look very, very good on Overpass. Have been one of the best Overpass teams in North America as it's been re-released. And then the Ancient pick from Getting Info also makes, I think everything makes sense here, Cole. There's no real surprises.
Yeah, I'm with you. Ancient looking at this map here, I think, we can see a lot of effectiveness coming through out of all of the lurking presence on this T side. So when you're talking about like, Marky getting activated, Snav getting activated, you can have so much impact coming through there from a couple of these
Oh my
players
God.
on getting info. So it's a map that makes sense there. Yeah, I want to know who drew that. And who is that supposed to be? Is that just a
Slow Drew, that's
Slove drew it?
awesome.
So who is this? I need to know the inspiration behind the artwork there. Who's the model in this picture?
That's a good
Is it just a random
question.
person, or
I
is it supposed to be someone on getting info? I don't
I
know
don't
if that.
I don't think so because none of them wear
No one have
glasses.
blonde hair.
I don't. Maybe
I don't
Shane.
think.
Shane.
Oh yeah, I think
Yeah.
Shane does have blonde hair. I can't remember to be honest with you.
I think it's like a dirty blonde. Anyway, look, I think his inspiration was more like a nerdy person kind of looking through a manual and studying strats and getting info, right? Like that's I
Yeah,
think
that's true. Yeah.
it's
Also, Shane doesn't wear glasses, so
yeah.
yeah, it might not be him.
I think it's fantastic.
It is very good. Well
Slope said
designed
he
right
can't
there.
pick a player, so it's just a random inspiration there. I
There you
still
go.
think it's very, very cool. Nice work, Slove. We're gonna give him a round of applause there. Yeah. So good job,
Great
Slove.
work. Great work.
Yes.
Yeah, bravo. Very nice artwork.
So now we move forward. Yeah. So I say my predictions here is I don't know. I don't even know if I can pick a team that's going to come out with a win. I hate sitting on the fence like this, but Wildcard have been so inconsistent lately that it's hard to know what they're going to bring to the table night in and night out. And then you look at a Getting Info squad that, hasn't necessarily had success either lately, losing to Marker Registrata, where I expect them to
Yeah.
win there, losing to Mythic. I love you guys. I love Flom. I love the whole Mythic crew. But really? Like they should be winning again in that series. And then of course losing to Money Crew, it has been a struggle for Getting Info lately, and I don't know why. I can't put my finger on it because they've always been a good squad. So I don't know if there's internal strife or what's going on there, but
I think it's got to be that, right? This team
yeah,
is too mechanically good to be losing to Mythic and Market Registrado. Like, they're
yeah,
just too good on an individual front to be losing to these teams. We saw how Market Registrado played. They
yeah.
almost never held the S key once in their entire series. Like it was off spawn
Yeah.
call after off spawn call. Maybe a couple of flashy entries would come through there, but I think it was the way that NRG I think played them, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it was
Oh
energy.
no,
Yeah, I
yeah. It
think.
was
Right.
NRG that
Yeah.
played them in the head to head there in the playoffs for CCT, and it was just like, okay, you just rotate your players there. And if you're losing to that there, if getting info aren't able to slow down like teams like that, I feel like it's a huge concern into what you're doing as a reaction to your opponents. Are you reacting at all? Are you just playing things out, kind of casually? And I gotta say it's a huge concern that those losses are flying out. That's why I think sure, Wildcard had their struggles,
Right.
maybe a bit of a mental boom in the grand finals of CCT.
Yeah.
They're a team that I think is led by Stan. They're going to be able to swipe that aside, bounce back, and build into this revival series. Take that one on the chin and try and recover here. So, when I talk about these two teams, I think that getting info definitely in a worse spot from some of the losses that they've taken versus Wildcard here.
No, I do agree. Like, I think that that's why we see Wildcard so favored, right, in this matchup
Yeah.
because they've got that firepower. And we can't forget whether it was just an off day for M80 or not, it was a win up against M80, who have been dominating North America. That's their only loss in this current season of Counter-Strike right now for M80 in their North American tour. So for me, that's something for Wildcard to pat themselves on the back for. And then they had another win previous to that against Chicken Coop, which I think was decisive, right? And that's what you need to see from Wildcard is decisive wins up against the advanced teams, which Getting Info are not able to achieve as of late. The loss against NRG yesterday, I mean, they were in it on both maps, like Nuke 13-11 loss and then Train 12-1 lead that they just threw away, like threw it right into the trash. Like that was a swish for them. Perfect, perfect loss in that one, 15 in a row to NRG. Really, really tough. And like all jokes aside, I feel like the old Wildcard would have closed that one out very, very quickly. It's just that this current iteration of Wildcard with the two new additions, it's been difficult. I think for a lot of different reasons,
Yeah.
in terms of the management, the way things have been handled, that Stan was pulled out of the roster and then put back in. And even Stan was expressing, I wanted to give this squad a chance. I wanted to keep going with it. So you're basically pulling Stan out of the situation, pulling him out of the equation. He's looking for new pieces, looking to form a new squad. And they're like, oh, just kidding. Come back, right? So, I mean, in that sense, he misses out on a full month where he could have been practicing with Peeping and Friend, and instead now has to try and rebuild these pieces after being on the bench for a while. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like definitely strides have been made. They were looking like the wild card of old on that first half of Train, and it got us very excited for what the future may present for them. And of course, that win against M80. So I'm still feeling like Wildcard may be on a resurgence here, but they're still looking to find their identity. I feel.
Yeah. I mean, the good news is here, I think, is that they are starting to find their identity. As you said, you kind of draw the comparison of the wild card that we saw in the first revival series
Yes.
versus now. A team that showed so much resiliency, a team that showed so much strength. I mean, that was back when Suspin and Fozy were still playing out in Sweden during their
Right.
time
Yeah.
that they were winning events in NA, right? At 6 a.m. on 120 ping. So, you have that resiliency of wildcard of old that I really do miss. And that was not what we just saw in the CCT finals that we missed out on. But we'll see if they can bring it together here in the revival series, get back to form. B-side play rolling out. Pretty quick one at that. Site claimed. Numbers getting punched in here. No contact taken just yet. What's interesting here, I am seeing Dia in the server.
Oh,
As
what?
you alluded there, we've got two oppers rolling on out here. Dare actually not playing in this current iteration right now, so getting info, making some
What?
changes. Friend and JBA looking to recover this round into a 1v1. JBA tapping that bomb, looking for the final kill there. Doesn't have a kit, so he's gonna have to get on it quicker, find the kill, and he does just that. JBA able to save the day here for Wildcard.
I'm sorry, we have to talk about Dia here.
Yeah.
This is a big change for Getting Info. So JBA will get that last win, last frag, so he gets the win for his squad. But Dare out and Dia in is a weird one. Like Dia's okay with the rifles, but he's an opper through and through. So is Slump. So does this mean that Dia's taking over on the op and Slump is going to a rifle? Or is Dia just going to fill in with the rifle? I think this is going to be something we'll get an answer to in a few rounds, but you know, it was one of my highlights coming into this that Slump hasn't delivered with the AWP as I think a lot of people were expecting him to. But in that case, you think, okay, Slump is out, Dia is in. You go back to that old roster that Timberman used to have. But no, Dare is out and Dia's in. I don't know. It's a weird decision. We've already got a pause coming through here. Looks like it's a technical pause in nature, so we can talk more about it. Dia also in the past expressed that he didn't want to play with this core of players and he wanted to get off the team, but he continues to find himself returning to this core time and time again.
It feels like he's a part of that just
yeah,
unbreakable bond that has been created here, and is
so
back in the
weird.
squad.
Yeah.
I think honestly, you know, no matter what the case is, I think it's for the best if that at all was a change off the back of some frustration, even if we have questions about who's going to be opping.
Right.
I'd rather have questions about that rather than like having the issue of like no structure,
Yeah.
struggles to react in the mid rounds or throughout a game because you're just stuck in your ways and people aren't listening. So I mean that's just kind of what we're theorizing here from some of these losses that I don't think getting info should ever really take.
Right.
But I just like that this team is making changes no matter what the case is. You can figure out your details later. You can figure out who's hopping, you know, a little bit later, but it definitely needed some shaking up after that last CCT exit that they had here.
It's really strange too, because we go back to the ESL Pro League Season 22 qualifiers, which weren't that long ago, back in July, and they beat anything else. They beat Lag, they beat Boss, actually got a win against M80, and then lost against M80 in the grand finals, right? So you're like, okay, this is a Getting Info squad that's going to be great. And then after that, it all fell apart. They only had 2 wins over that next series of, I think it was 8 BO3s against Supernova Comets and Marsborn. Outside of that, lost to M80, lost to Boss, lost to M80 again, and then all those other ones we just talked about. So yeah, there's going to be a trade early on here. So it had to have been some internal strife. I'm kind of with you there, and if Dare may have been a problem, then moving him out of the roster might not be the wrong call at this stage. Anyway, back and forth he goes. The trades have been fantastic. We talked about Shane, his fragging potential. He comes through with 2 huge ones. It's only a short-lived man advantage, but they do have the bomb planted, and Shane gets another, peeping the last one standing. Slump still tucked in towards a main. He has to flush out. Shane does peeping, and he does that successfully. Now going to tap the bomb. He doesn't have the kit. It's a 10-second defusal. Is there a kit available at all? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to recover one, and it will be around despite getting info losing every single body. They take it, and he got a kit as he was fading away. That is so unfortunate for peeping, but it will be a first round for getting info off of Shane's heroics.
Feels like prime position for Shane right there. Holding an angle, letting him peek into you one by one. He's going to eat that up every day of the week. Finding himself another one after that sequence right there. Really well handled. That is a dream spot right there. And also a bit of a confusing setup for Wildcard. They had 4 players on B. And they had Friend who was kind of in this like transition period in between middle and A. Holding very passively. I don't mind that, but as you're committed, you leave yourself very vulnerable, and he committed all in on that defense. So a bit of a frustrating start here for Wildcard. Being able to capitalize on the pistol. Losing out in the late round.
Now they're going to force up. 4 players towards B. They're gambling here on the stack, and as of now, it's undetermined where Getting Info will ultimately head. 4 players right outside of mid, and 1 lurking towards B. That one is Snav. AK in his hands, 1 of 2 of the round, and he will get the opening frag, but it costs him a lot of health. Friend taking the forward-facing fight, and Friend's gun will be recovered off the ground here. Now, having seen that, Getting Info will head towards A, and this is the lightly defended site.
And no one close by to help out Sonic whatsoever. Long rotates in order. Sonic gonna need a miracle here. And can't find a kill. Having Marky taken down low here for the troubles, but Wildcard likely gonna be interested in calling this one a day. Some hopeful smoke spam peeping, knowing that there's a couple low HP bars in the mix, but can't stick around for forever. It's going to go ahead and fall out here. A good look rolling through there from getting info. I mean, this is what I talk about when Ancient's so effective for them. I think it's largely because they have so many good players on the extremity. You have Snav, who is a little bit of a passive lurk. Feels like that should overlap with Marky, but on a map like Ancient, where there's so much room for your solo lurks to work out effectively, I think this is definitely the perfect map for them as a team.
We'll see if that continues for them as we move forward. And we talked about it, Ancient has been good for getting info. 7-4 over the last 3 months, despite the loss to Money Crew. Did beat Marco Registrata here 13-1 and went to overtime. Double OT against Boston. Lost that one, but still very competitive. So if there's any safe haven for getting info at this stage, it's likely here on Ancient. Wildcard did save a couple of guns from that previous round, but they won't invest around them aside from upgraded pistols. Nade collect some damage here for Snav, who's once more lurking towards the B side. Oh, gets caught off. Almost fragged there. Kind of lucky to be alive because Peeping just barely misses his dome. Now, getting info once more are going to head towards the A side. Very similar to that previous round.
Whoa. Oh my god. What a pickup there from Friend. Absolute destruction on the first. The smoke down in towards Donut as well, making sure that they can't move forward. And Sonic yet to reveal himself. Stan fighting will go down, but everyone else able to stand tall. More kills rolling out of Friend's Deagle. And Snap is boxed in. He was down low from the very get-go. Still able to pack a punch here, but that HE takes him down to 3 here. Still standing, but no way he's able to make anything happen here. Completely locked out of this one. Trying to toss the guns away, gets spammed through the smoke in the end. Sonic eventually able to track his kill. Can't find the gun though. Either way, Wildcard happy with the tied up scoreline.
That's a nice little cubby to throw your gun in. Yeah, it's a nice, beautiful shot. But yeah, Snav tossing it away. And Sonic actually getting him through that smoke. 2-2 tied up. It's thanks to Friend's efforts. Talked about him needing to see more impact, not only from his pistols or rifles, but of course from the AWP. And we won't get a chance to see that just yet. Wildcard charging up mid. So far the floor spies have been good. Both teams, even though it took a couple of rounds recycling those weapons for Wildcard. Sonic gets the first, gets traded by Dia, and Dia will be traded. It trades back and forth, folks. It will be, is it Wildcard gaining the edge? Yeah, I would say so, at least in terms of health. With Slump down to 39 and Snav at 9, and now Slump now finished off. Friend re-peaking that aggressively for his 6th frag on the map, and there's that man advantage.
You peeked that one with so much confidence right there. The flashbang didn't connect, but it was thrown out from his 2 teammates rotating over. That drops the bomb on the floor in the middle of mid here, where Wildcard have all grouped up. So Friend down low, sure. This is going to take a while to try and recover from. Nav down low. Shane maybe trying to toss in a red room smoke here. If you're Shane, you got to do a lot of heavy lifting. You're hoping that maybe Snav can contain the space on the other side of the map. He's able to isolate a duel right there and get out of dodge. Now this flank continues to formulate as Shane retreats back into a more passive line. What? Another one from Shane, letting him walk right into his hands. Now JBA, gray screen into smoke, still able to find it and finish the kill. 20 seconds left. Bomb recovered. Has to dart in towards this A side.
He's got the smoke available. He's going to toss it up. JBA's not stopping. Oh, is he? He actually is going to slow down. I thought JBA was just going to push right through that smoke to catch Shane off guard. He wants to convince Shane that he's looking the wrong way. And yeah, he did. Shane in towards Donut. JBA he saw his barrel. Util on his side, but he did see the barrel. You're right. At least we think he did. No, he didn't. All right, Shane going to finish off JBA. And it will be Shane with the 3K. And back and forth we go on this seesaw ride, excuse me, of a first half here on Ancient.
What a takeaway right there. Shane, again, in the late rounds, able to provide so much heroics right now. Letting these duels come into fruition right there, one by one, able to piece up these fights. I got a big surprise. You see that flash play rolling out, and I love what they did. Friend is low HP. While they flash aggressive in, they're trying to find out Shane. And they do, but there's no trade that comes through. I think they got a little stalled out. A frustrating loss here. A shot at redemption. Slump missing the angle here, being covered by the Opper, and they'll never spot peeping pushing through. So he's going to have a massive flank to try and wrap this round up here. As the Opper's going to join up here on this B-side defense as well.
All right. Are any of these teams going to get a couple of rounds in a row, or 3 in a row perhaps? I don't know. The way this first half has trended so far. Stanislav loses the fight, but Sonic with the insta trade. Now Marky's taking damage down to 10, but he still manages to get that frag onto Peeping. Oh my goodness. Neither team looking comfortable here. As now Wildcard rotating back. I don't know. He had it pretty much dead to rights. And speaking of players who are struggling, I think Peeping has been one of them here. Friend will connect with the AWP, dropping Dia. Marky working his way towards that site, and Friend misses the shot. So now Marky has a bit more of a path in. JBA with the rifle could strike at a perfect time. Shane's watching in towards Temple. Won't get that frag, and JBA dropping down finds Marky. Information onto Shane. No bomb plant, so Shane's going to have to do it with the rifle. There's the first. They have to be careful. The spacing needs to be good here. Need to try and set it up for a trade. Sonic from Donut and Friend over in Temple, and there it is. Sonic, the patience pays off, and Wildcard do indeed close it out for a third.
Put into question right there, man. When Shane's alive, it feels possible. Just couldn't quite pick the right target.
Yeah.
I'm really interested to see how Peeping fell. I mean, Marky's lining up utility. I wonder if he's holding the flank while he's doing that. If he actually ever caught Peeping before, you know, Peeping was able to surprise him. I don't know. Either way, a missed opportunity that won't cost Wildcard in the end. And a force buy getting info or looking to answer back onto. This time though with Tech 9s out in play and extra coverage coming through from Peeping, lining it up on the smoke. Slump with a fast play, Stool gets shut down. And they were thinking about speeding it up and towards this bomb site. But not so interested anymore. And you gotta think, you know, you tossed in your volley of smokes towards middle. You're left with a smoke and a molly here. A couple of smokes, rather. And a molly. But that's all that getting info have to close the distance on these rifles.
Kind of feels like you just need to go in off that first execute, right? Because that's post-plant util that you have here. But now there won't be any post-plant util unless they just take dry fights and win them all. That would be a shocker. Stanislav waiting with the nade. As soon as he spots someone, he'll toss it. There's the shadow. And the nade goes in. Marky doesn't take that much damage from it, but they know that he's in the vicinity. And perhaps more getting info players. 50 seconds left now. The only one staying behind here at B is Snav for now. Maybe he'll call them over. They're trying to decide and see what Snav can find. No, they're heading into Donut, and they do spot Friend there who misses the shot, but he falls back towards the A site. Time is running out, and JBA is going to collect another.
They just don't have any space whatsoever. Marky gonna get shut down here. Stan just trying to stay alive. Keep what value he has left at his disposal. You don't want to hold on to these Tech 9s. Absolutely not. So death is the only way out here. Stan actually turning that corner. Will fall, so a single kill for this T side, but I think now getting info probably gonna have to wave the white flag. That round looking very rough as well. Plan A to try and make it out towards middle, gets shut down, you know, Slump getting slowed down. Out towards the middle approach, they throw in multiple smokes in and what little utility, what little flashes they have left, and then they call off the A play off the back of their mid presence getting shut down. So a scary situation here. Getting info now that they're finally forced to concede a little bit of ground there.
Yeah, should be an easy fifth here for Wildcard, and they've already done the util damage to Snav and Shane. Nothing invested into for getting info. Just the Glocks available to them in this round. And they will slowly make their approach regardless. Only so much you can achieve with the Glocks. Usually want to ratchet up the pace eventually, and it looks like they're going to do so now. Peeping could activate. He does. More damage done. Still no frags for Wildcard. Look how low Dia is. I don't even know how he's alive in the situation. Peeping going to farm some anti-ego frags. Maybe even the ace. No, Sonic will ensure that doesn't happen, and Stanislaw the same. They don't want Peeping to get too much of an ego. He's going to be up to 8 and 3. Wildcard get a 5th.
Lock himself in a couple of nice ecos. Trying to build up some confidence here. I mean, I feel like Peeping as well, such a good player, such a good individual on this map, has been able to prove it time and time again. I think a versatile piece in this map as well. I've seen him play a lot of different positions from cave to middle. Two of the more necessary positions for players to thrive in. If you're not finding impact in those two spots, you're probably not winning many CT rounds. The Sonic this time around, able to get forward facing, constant flashes force Snav into a corner, and they paint him into a wall. That is deadly stuff from Wildcard. They did not let Snav get anything going.
Sorry, I have a question. Is Marky wearing like a body cam or something? What is on there? You'll have to wait and see his cam again. It's
no.
a little strange.
You got a Marky?
Yeah, Marky. What is that?
I think it's his microphone arm.
Oh,
over
okay.
his shoulder.
I thought it was.
Yeah.
I thought he had something strange. It looks like it though, doesn't it? Oh
yeah,
my
it looks like he's got something over the shoulder, like a little arm that he can work off of, like a electronic arm, helping him with the accuracy, helping him with the aim.
Oh my god, yeah, it
He's
looks
gonna
like
need whatever tools here to get out of this one.
Yeah, we should get back to the action because it is a nice 2K for Marky. The problem is he's the only one who's had any impact. What more can he do? Man, he needs to fix that camera angle or something so it looks more like a microphone. It doesn't matter though. I'll get over it. JBA going to get the last. Marky cannot deliver the heroics, and Wildcard are starting to find their rhythm, doubling up on getting into a scoreline.
It's deadly stuff from Sonic. Really good setup coming through there for the opening duel, and then after that, they're able to collapse through middle. I mean, sure, Marky does take that space back a little bit later, but a really frustrating one for Snav to play out right there. I think, you know, getting committed, trying to have impact, and then still having to call that play without the presence. The short side feels like a non-option. So many mollies spot up here. A couple of them used already. Decided to get stuck in towards K for Snav. Light boost for Peeping. Trying to take some initiative here. This is a very passive B setup, at least for the defenders on this B site, and then Peeping looking to stretch out here on the B side. Flashbang looking good. A little bit awkward to turn that corner. He's sticking around though, doesn't fold on his positioning. We'll find the first pick there. The op then joins up. We'll take care of Dia. And the passive position on B pays off. Everyone else able to find their kills before they ever even take contact. Getting info, going to turn that corner and feel like they had a missed opportunity.
Well, they will make their way towards this B site. Maybe this... Nope. No, it doesn't. I was going to say maybe it leads to a plant, but JBA, the 3K, and shuts down any hope of that coming through. There's the 4-round lead for Wildcard, and a 5th in a row for them as well. Great to see Peeping. Like you said, I mean, he likes playing here on Ancient. He usually has good performances, but it's good to see him finding some consistency for his squad.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, really good to see here. This is a map that he's typically able to do good work on. Able to bring that into the mix here. Impressive stuff. See if he can keep it up. Activating towards mid-frame with the op there. Started off with that flashy deagle round that he was showing there. to get Wildcard back on track. And now with the op is always on the scene. And more control of the map here taken by Wildcard and the rest of the troops there. And that doesn't hurt. While they're trying to line up execution utility, Dia just gets sidelined straight through the smoke.
This is the type of map that Stan loves, right? He doesn't have to go and get some heroic frags. Everyone is doing the job on his squad, and he can just be like, okay, you go here, we'll deploy the forces, the troops effectively. And that's it. Round victories come afterwards. JBA and everyone else at 10 or more frags. Just getting info are struggling to start their engines here after what was a very back and forth first 6 rounds of play.
I had that decent little back and forth rolling through. Stan ready to go here on the defense. Great molly though, timed out by Peeping. This is going to delay their play. Stan caught by flashes, but as he regains vision, he's going to be able to plant his feet. Although exposed by 3 players rushing on up here, the smoke spam doing serious damage. So despite the early delay utility, they're able to plant the bomb now. Another smoke spam kill, another one! Slump tapping out Sonic right there. A 4v5 vanishes in thin air here. Wildcard don't know what hit him.
How is that possible? My goodness, getting info. 4 players still up for them. 3 of them in cave, and they're going to triple swing around. Friend gone. Excuse me, JB is gone. Friend the last one standing, and he is now gone at the hands of Shane. Well done for getting info on the late execute towards the B site. We're talking about them needing to get going, and there it is. In a round that felt like it was Wildcard's. Because of JBA's aggression and the early frag that he gets, it ends up being getting info. Would take the space effectively, and then a couple of frags through the smoke don't hurt your chances as they end that 5-round win streak.
You gotta, wonder right there how Stan got caught. Maybe it was the call to boost above the smoke, and I don't know if that call was... I mean, it was a fine call, but also I don't know if they could actually see above that smoke. And oh man, Dia turning that corner. That crosshair looked on the money, but not able to land the kill while blinded up. At least a trade coming back in the way of Marky stepping forward here, but he's down low and it gets finished off by the AWP. Cave control has been rather limited for the CT side, but Sonic jumping up, making sure that they can't get into cave with the multi-spray down. Slump left last man standing. Getting another swing here. Sonic will be sidelined, but there's a lot more resistance where that came from, and he still has to recover this bomb here. First things first.
Counter-terrorists win.
That won't happen.
Nope. Getting info fall 8-4 in favor of Wildcard. I appreciate the little adjustment there from Wildcard round to round, right? Stan was playing pretty passively in the previous one on that B side, anchoring it down. This time he's like, nah, I'm sending it. And he gets one and the dink on the second. And afterwards, the rest of the squad mops up what is left behind. And again, speaking of aggression, right? Sonic jumped up onto the mid boxes to gain space up to lane, which wasn't present in that previous round. They left getting info with all of the space they could possibly want to set up that execute, and that's what Wildcard didn't want to allow to happen again, and well done to prevent it. 8-4, as mentioned, as we go into the pistol round.
We have in store here. Smoke already in towards Red Room, some follow-up molly and smoke here that can be executed on in towards that A side, and they're going to get donut control without any resistance. A couple hopeful smoke spam shots sent in from Snav. This one looking much more retake-centric here for the side of getting info. Seeing if Slump can't thread in a kill, but they're already scaling out into the site proper. So Slump going to fade in. Now you want to take some control back away from the CT side. Slump in a position to deny just that here. Avoids the flashbang, containing temple space here, and continuing to find fights. Backed into a corner. He eventually will fall, but standing tall for 2. As now Wildcards start to press their advantage through temple.
defusal is attempted there from getting info. They're just trying to drag a player out, but instead they're losing all the bodies. Friend from the flank takes care of business, leaving Dia in a hopeless situation. He's just going to try and stick the defusal in the smoke, but he can't do it. Stanislaw, a little too sharp, will get that headshot regardless. 9-4 for Wildcard as they apply even more pressure.
Nice attempt there from Slamba. I mean, a lot of credit here given to him finding these couple of kills, but they continue to fight here. I think Wildcard know their win condition. You've got donut control. If you can contain Temple, I mean, you can essentially wrap up this round. And some smoke spam there from Stan to seal it on up. Deliver the finishing blow there. 9-4 here. We'll get a forced buyout. And the decision made from Wildcard off spawn play towards A. And they're not hesitating. Fast on in here. Counter flash is attempted, but they're past it. Dia going to be feeling the pressure now. And he's, I mean, amazing that he's able to escape here, but going back for more to no avail. 3 kills there in sequence. Marky down to 4 HP, not going to do much in resistance either. This one getting a little bit desperate for getting info and tapped out of the round by Stan. He doesn't even need to plant the bomb. I want to win this through elimination.
Stan smiling, you're in trouble. I'll tell you that. He's pretty happy with the way things are going at this stage. That was a force buy for getting info, but it did not look like it. It looked more like pistols only with the way Wildcard wiped them off the face of the map. 10-4. Double digits found. Maybe even an 11th. Probably an 11th. Even though there are some pistol upgrades here. 2 deagles and a 5.7. Wildcard look like they want to go fast. Can't really blame them. They're going to head right in towards this A site. Try and bully getting info. They will get Slump, who does a little bit of damage, but I mean the site's already been gained, and now pressure going to continue to be applied here into Donut. 5v3. This round it's done. Let's be fair. Nothing really that getting info can do here after Wildcard take control of A.
A full control gained there. USP is not really able to mount the resistance. The Deagle's hoping for kills. See if they can do just that. Shane working his way through Temple. Every kill you get's a little bit of extra money to try and start this comeback effort. And we've seen some good comebacks today and yesterday. This one feeling a little too far-fetched. Other side of getting info. T-side taking control. I feel like Stan calling out a pretty effective game so far. And extra $600 for PP. He's laughing about that one too. Saving the USP there, but not allowed. Wildcard showing no signs of slowing down here.
No, none at all. Not to mention that all the pieces are activating effectively. And we talked about it over the last week, that Wildcard feel like they're perhaps finding something for themselves. Stanislaw getting comfortable with Peeping and Friend in the roster and their style of play. Maybe we're seeing that here up against Getting Info, although I'm still hesitant to say that because Getting Info have been struggling mightily lately, as we've already highlighted. Dia will get the opener onto Sonic. So that's something. I'm still not sure who's running the op. Did we even see an op for them in the first half?
Can't remember. Dia did go for an op pick towards Cave.
Okay,
I remember that.
Then it probably is Dia on the op, which is what I would expect. But anyway, we'll get more confirmation of that, I presume.
Just wait until they get the double ops out. That's when the comebacks are really on.
Oh, yeah.
They gotta get the money, though, for that first, and that means they have to win this round.
Ooh.
And it's not looking great. Dia caught on a bit of a timing here, lets his teammate fall and snap, but they're still holding on. Shane, I mean, again, trying to keep his team steady. With another multi-kill provided. Was able to win them the limited rounds that they have in that first half. Is looking to seal this one up as well. Peeping on the timing, gets dealt with. Shane, another 3K for him. A 5th round for getting info off the back of his impact.
I mean, honestly, the only reason Getting Info off 5 rounds is because of Shane. It seems like every single time they get something, he's got 2 or 3 frags under his belt. So, in that one, not forgetting that Wildcard were on a bit of a bonus. So still some Galeals in the mix. Now they'll have all the AKs. Not even go for the AWP, even though they could have. think it might be the right choice. Friend has looked pretty good on the rifles lately. So let him keep running that. On the other side, getting info do get an AK upgrade. Wildcard will almost certainly slow this round down a little bit. Try to poke and prod, see where the weakness in the defense is. Do take mid control, not really challenge too much because the smokes are good from Wildcard, and they'll get another one into Donut. It's recycled. Red room open, but no one's really there. Getting info are going for a push down ramp. I'm not sure if this is a good idea. The setup's actually strong for Wildcard. In fact, they do get friend. Okay, credit to getting info for finding that, but that also gives a ton of information to Wildcard that 2 players are push down ramp. Does it even matter? Doesn't seem like it. Peeping falls next.
Couple quick kills right there. The reaction and the aggression working out for getting info. Ready where they need to be here. HE stalls them out a little bit, and the crossfire holding together. Snav with the multi. Looking to seal this round up. And Dia not going to allow it to last much longer here. Wildcard held at bay here at 11. Money's still looking a little bit decent here for the squad, but getting info, holding it together. The B site feeling off limits right now with the way that they are unifying their efforts. Great crossfires held together. A little bit of proactivity from getting info, and you got yourself a winning formula. Now can they keep it up round by round here? Or if you're Wildcard, do you want to test that B side? Maybe back towards A, towards middle. A better port of call here. And Sonic, interested in trying to get aggressive, but Dia lines up one and a second there through the smoke that was blown open. 2 quick kills, and he goes unpunished, able to stay alive here in the 5v3. Made 5v2 with Marky's aggression there. And this one looking out of control here. Shane giving up some passive lines, but you've got such a massive advantage. All you want to do is contain the space.
Oh, man. It's T-side woes again for Wildcard. Dia, beefing and friend has just got too many targets. We'll only get one 7th round for getting info. Wildcard are now going to have to go on an eco here. It's getting, like, I mean, that's just a little bit of fortune that the lineup was there to get that 2K. But still impressive nonetheless from Dia, and it will be Dia on the op. So that means that Slump has given up the op duties to Dia, and now we'll be rifling for the Getting Info squad. I mean, look, this is the first time any of us are seeing this new addition to the roster, or old new addition. Anyway, obviously it's like with Slump in the mix, there's going to be a change in terms of the roles. But 7th round found means that there's a vulnerability potentially that they could exploit in Wildcard. Who again, on the defensive side, it feels like things are figured out. But on the attacking end is where the problems keep on rearing their ugly head.
Yeah, this is flaring up again in a big way here. Really good shutdown coming through there from getting info in the last one. Building up some economy here, getting some AKs in play for everyone. They've got themselves a dream here. I think they can make it into a reality. Seen it yesterday for Wildcard. Thought it was a bridge too far with the impact that they were able to bring early, but that might not be the case here as they're comfortably coasting in these last couple. Marky with the opener. No duels, no freebies presenting itself here. If getting info or getting aggressive, it's always with the game plan and with the resources. And right now, they're happy with their man advantage. They'll let Wildcard stall the clock.
Wildcard going into B. Snav's got the right idea, and Stan finds himself with that ahead. 5v3. Info, and they're going to close it out fairly handily here, you'd imagine. JBA and friends still alive with the Eagles. Might get one, but even that would be honestly surprising. And they won't get that one. Shane continues to be strong for his squad. A 2K on the anti-eco, up to 16 frags on the board. But now the other pieces are starting to activate. You're seeing Snav getting some action here. Dia in particular as well. So having those two players available and supporting Shane's efforts is certainly going to be a boon as we move forward into round number 20. Wildcard have another chance with a buy-up, though.
It's going to come out here once again. Got to get some impact on this T side. I mean, no matter who it is that has to find these openings. Seen a huge slowdown on Wildcard on these T sides.
I think that's the biggest problem, Cole, like that we've seen from them. It's like it doesn't feel like there's any one player that can consistently find openings for them, and they don't know who to send out.
Sonic trying in this one. Gets absolutely destroyed, though. Next up, a bat peeping. Shut down just the same. They go for 2 duels, both unsuccessful. At least able to do a little bit of chip damage on Adia, but it doesn't slow him down. Still kicking with the AWP. Not a concern. And as you said, you know, Sonic can be such an effective opener here. You've got such good accuracy from JBA that's if they can ever fire off a shot. Right now, that doesn't seem to be an option. Dia consistently finding more impact here. A site going to open up here on the B side of the map. Bomb plant. Successful. Almost punched in. That utility might arrive a little bit late. Reposition looking good. Stan trying to create some space for his squad, but it leaves it all on the shoulders of JBA. Flashbang not as deep as he would have hoped. I think got slowed down by the wall.
Yeah.
And it will be 9 locked in here for getting info.
If that flash is successful, then JBA blinds both players at short B and is able to maybe win a fight and give himself a chance. But because it's too shallow, it's over before it starts, essentially. So Wildcard do get a bomb plant, but that's it. Say that's it, but with that full loss bonus, it could justify another buy-up for them, and it absolutely will. But you're looking at that scoreboard, 5 rounds in a row. This is exactly what Wildcard did to getting info on their CT side. He's got to dig into his strat book to see what needs to be deployed here. Peeping's in lane. So they got a chance to pincer into mid and maybe put pressure on the donut player, but it feels like Dia will hit this if the timing isn't perfect.
There's a shadow seen. Oh my god, JBA crouches underneath the crosshair. There's finally an opening advantage. Getting info. A reaction to rotate quickly in towards B, and Marky deals with 1. Slump still on the scene. He's getting a little bit confusing here. The bomb is solo working through the main side of things, and it's dealt with. Snap finds 2 in the meantime. This has crumbled to the floor. Peeping getting run down. HE'd out of the server. And a crossfire formulates. Slump is able to finish the job. Wildcard had it in the palm of their hands, and it gets ripped out of them.
And this is where
you don't get openings like that often.
I know. And the trade was good. I just don't understand why Friend is alone with the bomb heading into A main that hasn't been cleared. There's just absolutely no excuse for it. You can't leave your bomb carrier completely undefended going in from an angle that you have not ensured is safe.
That's where you got to slow things down.
Yeah.
100%. I mean, you just got to realize the situation that you're in. Like you said, Friend can't be the one that's rushing on into the site. Honestly, shouldn't be the one with bomb in that case.
No,
but if that is the situation that you find yourself in a 5v3 in, then you've got to deal with that and figure out a way around it. And Wildcard get caught in a huge panic. I mean, there's no CT smoke even in that round.
Right.
So Snav has backs turned that he can just free fire. And if you're on the side of Wildcard, that was your ticket to at least 12. A little bit of security. And the fact that gets ripped away. You know, this could be back-to-back cases where their T side is just absolutely tragic for them.
And you have to wonder, we talked about it yesterday, like in the back of their minds, they're like, oh, it's happening again, right? That's what the energy loss does to you, is it makes you lack confidence in your attacking end. And maybe that lingering thought in the back of their minds is really hurting them. We'll see. They've gone on to a half buy. Maybe having to simplify things with the pistols would be a benefit for them. It looks like it so far. They gained the B site. A gun available on the ground. Utility strong. Stan's planting the bomb in the open. That's not a bad play. In the position that they're And right now, Sonic pushed through the
Ooh.
smoke. That is a mistake. And you see Friend and Peeping already low in terms of health. So you really were hoping that that risk would have a reward, but it does not.
What a flashbang set up for that play as well, but it just didn't connect either. Now things get really challenging. Stan not re-upping on the smoke as well. Still has that in the back pocket, but his teammate gets overrun. They simply don't have the tools to stabilize in this round. JBA hoping that he can get some desperate spam through the wall. That won't connect. One headshot as a departing gift, but getting info. Given the gift of pulling this one back to a tied scoreline. One of the best looking rounds that Wildcard have been able to put together, still taken away from them in the end here by getting info and the composure on this retake.
Just feels like they lack that killer instinct in the post plants, honestly. Like even on the ecos, a lot of teams in that situation would take control, but Wildcard maybe getting too passive. I don't know. I don't want to say
They
that.
tried
Sonic
their.
did push through the
yeah,
smoke,
he
right?
tried.
So
Just missed the flashbang, I guess.
I don't know what I'm trying to put my finger on it, Cole, but
Yeah. Maybe they're just choking, right? Maybe that's the
guess,
case.
yeah.
Dude. Just the back-to-back chokes coming through here. Need some redemption, and you need it ASAP. Flashbang gonna go a little deep. JBA another opening. Has it been able to provide a couple of these? You're hoping that Sonic has sold the distraction here. The plate towards A going to collapse in, but the defenders are already here. They're all here. Everyone ready on the scene. Marky reading that there is going to be follow-up through the smoke. And they can't quite gain their stride on in. How do you plant the bomb here? Risking it. Exposed towards CT. The Oppa friend has to cover. And it wasn't even covered, actually. He just risked all in on that plant. It's rewarded. Shane steps through CT already. Op needs to find it all here. Friend needs to step up. There's one isolated duel. Catches Shane as well. Looking for Dia on the last duel. And Dia doesn't shoot just yet. Instead whips a Tech 9 out and is able to deliver. Sidearm in play there and getting info playing map point first.
oh my goodness. From 11-4 to 12-11 in favor of the team that was down. I mean, like, I'm a little speechless, honestly, watching Wildcard struggle this much. We know that things haven't been rosy on their side from pretty much any perspective. But this is not the way you want to kind of acquit yourselves after losing yesterday up against NRG, being up 12-1, and again that was on their T side. Anyway, still a chance to push to overtime. It's not like they haven't been getting openers, but they can't convert off of them. It just they panic after they find an opener and they lose a body. They're like, oh no, we got traded. We have to push quickly. We have to go out, instead of just taking their time and being patient, which is usually a staple of Stanislaus calling. Anyway, Dia gets the opener here. Friend looking for the engagement. Feel committed to it. Friend does manage to find that trade on Snav, who tries to come around that corner, but Dia's still watching, holding the line. Look where Marky is too! He's always in the shadows in the perfect spot. He's with Slump. They tag team in order to take down two, and Peeping and Stanislaw are left to their own devices with the space found towards the B site, but Util is almost completely dry. Only a flashbang to support them, and on the other side, a flurry of utility is incoming.
Shane activating, but he gets shut down. 2v3 now. Low HP for Marky. Trying to make his moves. Dia missing with the op shot. The lineup for Peeping. Dia left last man standing. Peeping down low. Dia whipping the op out here, but Peeping making a great reposition. Doesn't matter. Never gets to turn the corner. Dia with back-to-back clutches. Puts getting info on series point and then takes it in the end. 13-11.
Dia was very slow to get out of the gate, but once he found his groove, he never looked back. A couple of key clutches, like you already said, Cole, and somehow, some way, getting info have taken this one 2 maps in a row for Wildcard, where they have strong leads going into the second half. They get that first 3, right? Right off of the pistol,
Yeah.
and then fall flat. And again, it just feels like panic is materializing in their opening rounds, even when they get those first frags. Like they're trying to rush things for whatever reason.
They have got a mental block that they cannot get past right now. That's what it feels like, right? I mean, when you see it happen once, you're definitely, nervous about this state in which the team is in. Here, watching that happen back to back times here for Wildcard, it's got to just be devastating for the squad here. They do so much heavy lifting in these first halves, able to hold it for their squad. You're seeing really good aggression coming through from players like Peeping, who's able to find a lot of impact on that defense. Sonic in the same vein, able to deal with the pressure. And then later down the line, Wildcard have JBA also finding impact there. A couple of T-side openers onto oppers, onto riflers that make you think, okay, Wildcard are going to be able to close out this round, and then it just doesn't happen. It gets pulled away. One small mistake, one small gap in the armor there, it gets punished, and they find themselves in a terrifying spot right now as a team.
Yeah, really. Look, they're going to have Nuke coming up in just a little bit, and I think the only positive for them is that Friend had a good game. Like he looked very nice on the op and on the rifle, so that's good news. JBA as well, finding opener after opener. So there seems like they're trying to send him out to open up space, which makes sense. But it feels like you can never have all five pieces activating at the same time. And versus Getting Info, who had contributions from everyone. If you look at the pure numbers, you're like, how is this the team that won, right? Because overall, it was more impressive performances, I would argue, from JBA and Friend than you had on the Getting Info side. Maybe just because that first half was so lackluster from Getting Info that we see numbers like this. But Dia, I thought he played good enough to be above a KDR of 1, especially on the tail end of it. And Markey activated cleanly on the flanks in certain occasions, Slump supporting him, Slump embracing a new role as a rifler, right? Not on the op anymore, which is a huge adjustment, but they make it work.
Absolutely. I mean, they make it look good as well. Shane,
Shane,
br-
yeah.
bringing home what maybe we don't expect him to be the top frag, right? But as I said, when you take and try and hit his side a lot. I mean, he had 12 rounds to play that defense out, and they went B quite a bit. He was available to find those multi kills, played a very calm game, and in the first half on the T side was also one of the only reasons why they did have rounds in general on that T side to work off of, and gave his team just enough buffer to step up in that second half.
I mean, and you already kind of had him as a player to mark, right, for that PrizePicks frag estimate at 24.5, and that was a very good call, honestly, Cole, because he's only 7 frags away from getting that mark. Anyway, look, we are going to take a break. Before we do, guys, just a reminder, go make sure you check out that Complexity Flash Summer merch sale, right? There's a lot of really nice merch available there. And for the entirety of this weekend, specifically for the PrizePicks Any Revival series, it's all 30% off. So if you want that 30% discount, go add everything to your cart and then use code REVIVAL to get 30% off. We'll be back after this break for map number 2. All right, we're back here with the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 8. We're headed to map number 2 between Getting Info and Wildcard, and it felt like Wildcard would be heading into this one with a 1-0 lead, and instead, it is the other way around. Getting Info running it back from being down 11-4 to winning 13-11. Where have we seen that before? Well, yesterday, up against NRG is where we saw it before. It was more of a crushing loss yesterday, but even this one still echoes back to what happened previously.
Yeah, it might feel worse that it happened twice in a row here at this point for Wildcard. Just things can't really go on the right track for their T sides. One time on Train, which maybe feels a little bit excusable. You're going up against Sodic, who was looking really dominant with the op. Bro was finding consistent multi kills, but that T side of Ancient, not being able to close it out there with a couple of rounds with a 11-3 scoreline, the wind in your sails, the way that rounds collapsed in front of Wildcard makes you really nervous for how things are going in their camp here. I think most concerningly, you just watch the advantages tumble and the late round decisions go wrong. They really have a lot to pull back here, and they have to do it on this map of Nuke.
I mean, they have had their good performances on you because we're watching Background come through, but against Lag, a 13-5 win, Chicken Coop 13-2, but those are the teams you expect Wildcard to be beating. But twice against NRG in a row, they've lost 9-13 and 11-13. As we're seeing Dia here, one of the key pieces of their performance on that previous map, coming through with a couple of clutches at the end to bring them across the finish line. But yeah, looking on the other side, Getting Info, they don't play Nuke nearly as much, or only 3 times over the last 3 months, and it's a loss against Blue Jays and Mythic, 9-13, and the Mythic loss, 8-13. I still can't understand that one, but up against anything else, they won 13-11, so we'll see. It feels like this is, with Dia back in the roster, no longer the squad that lost against those teams that we didn't expect them to, and it feels like already perhaps, an upgrade on that previous situation.
Certainly what it looks like. A couple of key clutches being brought into the table there, but again, more key entries coming through from JBA. That is deadly stuff right there from him. Dia will evacuate the control towards Hell here. Destabilize this one just a tad. Gonna rotate down in towards the lower side for Marquis. He's feeling a bit alone. So play's going to head in towards the B side. They're going to have open access for a bomb plant. Looking to work some space off the back of that as well. JBA sending a couple of shots there. Trying to play protection for this bomb plant to go down. Running out of ammo for Marquis. Can't quite seal the kill in the end. Instead, a 2v3 formulating here. Sonic needing to track his aim. Can't quite find it. And JBA down low. Getting Info. Look comfortable in the retake.
Wow, yeah, that's a very nice retake coming through. Even Marky's risk, right, to open that door pays off. He gets a frag off of it, almost a second. If he didn't run out of bullets, I think he probably would have eventually collected it. But either way, it's Getting Info coming through with another round victory. What is that in a row now? 9, 10? I have to go check.
11-3, so...
Was it 11-3? I thought it was 11-4.
I think so. 11. It might be 11-4. Well, no, because they got the pistol. It was a 9-3 half, right?
Right. That's right. No, it was 8-4 half. It was 8-4 half.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes
so
sense.
So it was 11-4, and then I'm gonna do the math here. Yeah, that's 10 in a row. 10 in a row for Getting Info. Looking to make it 11 now. We'll see. Wildcard are forcing up. And I think the worst part is for Wildcard, right? Like, the side that hasn't been working for you is T side, and because this is your map pick, that's where you're going to start on a map that can be difficult to wrangle in your offensive attack. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's scary. I mean, T side of Nuke now is what you have to enter into. They just missed their top hub molly. Bounced straight back at Stan, unfortunately. Shane falls off the ramp control early as well. I mean, a minute on the clock here, and you're just now taking a ramp is so good for Wildcard in terms of the control of the map here and the lack of resistance that they have to take to get there. They're setting themselves up quite nicely. Threading in some aggression. Oh, Shane can't escape here, but he's able to fight his way out of this situation. Left and right here. They're not trading him out. He continues to find the multis. He's tearing through them all. I mean, I thought a position at 1-for-1 at best. But somehow threads in a 4K. The whole ramp execute gets shut down by one man. And now Stan left on no health here. Shane looking for his ace. Might be more than willing to give over this last kill to someone else. Molly to flush it out. Stan here will end up going down. Almost got the ace with the Molly, but instead Slump will claim it with the rifle. Shane goes down, but in a really incredible effort there of locking down this ramp side. Look at the fights that he's able to find. I mean, how are you able to isolate these duels? These are the most impossible angles to try and pick off one by one, but somehow he's covering 2 entry points over and over again.
I mean, he's very much looking confident today in his abilities, and flicking back and forth is extremely difficult. Usually you get outplayed, and I mean, really what Wildcard should have done is push both sides at the same time. You can't look both directions at once, right? But they didn't. They went at one at a time. Just the spacing and everything is just so off for them right now. And the struggles continue. Shane, again, though, looking fantastic. You can't take that away from him. Wildcard should have played that better. Anyway, 2-0 for getting info.
Shane continued to play an incredible game so far. I'm really impressed. I mean, again, I think his value goes underrated quite a bit because a lot of times he doesn't get a lot of action in terms of his positioning on the map, but when he does, it's just going to be a good sequence coming through from him. Last round was a step beyond what you can expect from one player, but you know, so good at landing those multi-kills, so good at isolating duels.
All right.
So when he gets a lot of opportunities, that's what he takes.
Definitely. And not to mention that he's only 2 frags away from his PrizePicks check mark, right? Like, which felt like a low number that was coming in there. And, well, perhaps that was the case. It feels almost inevitable at this point that he'll be the first player to pick up the PrizePicks checkmark. Looking at Slump, who, you know, 5-1 as well. I think maybe he's welcoming the fact that he's not on the op anymore, so he can start to put up the numbers a little more effectively. Sometimes one swap of the roster can be the answer, especially on a squad that's had such good results so consistently, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Slump bump on his camera right there. Had to fix it real quick. Yeah. Shout out to him for fixing it on the fly. In the middle of the action. Snav. Looking for some duels. As you said, I think this team needed a change of scenery mentally, and to get that with Dia here. Slump able to thread in a quick one, but Snap falls. There's still another bit of resistance here, but Sonic able to tear through him. Sonic has had enough. 3 instant entries, and Peeping will provide coverage. First T-side round this team has seen in days, at least outside of the pistol and the following, and they will be able to save it in the end there with Friend finding the finishing blow. But in terms of gun round T-side rounds, I mean, what is that, the first one that they've gotten?
Yes, in this series. But
in this series,
even going back to yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday they didn't get any gun rounds either.
On train, yeah.
Just the pistol.
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, look. It's only one round, but certainly Sonic is frustrated with the way that previous map went, and he wants to try and get things back on the right foot here on Nuke. Thing is, that was a bonus round for getting info. Now the op comes in. You need that follow-up for Wildcard. You need the second in a row to have some conviction on a T side. Look at the damage done and the pressure applied towards lobby. Shane and Slump get a couple. Marky as well. And it's only Friend left. That conviction, it's lacking. It's not even close to there. As Friend takes a ton of damage down to 41 and is in a hopeless spot.
Oh man, I think Wildcard had some decent setup in that round as well, but the lobby crunch comes through just in time from getting info. So before they can even plant their feet on that execute, they're getting flanked through ramp. They cannot believe it. The setup in towards Mini that was looking so deadly offers up nothing. And only a little consolation prize from JBA. And Friend 2, I don't think is going to make it out of this round long term. They've got him cut off. Now spotted out on T roof. The alarm bells start to ring here. The hunting party being ordered on up. If you make it in towards T-spawn, it could be his pathway out of this one.
What is he thinking right now?
I mean, you're gonna die. The shadow advantage, everything, an advantage. Okay, well, nope, he just wins that duel. Since Shane back, I can't believe it. They caught him asleep at the wheel, but the cutoff from Slump, he was holding a very thin angle right there. Puts getting info onto 4.
Maybe he thinks, oh, we have the money if I get the loss bonus anyway, but I mean, saving the AK and the armor certainly isn't a bad play either, because you can drop it over for your teammate. Maybe buy yourself another AK. Yeah, all right. Wildcard looking flat there as getting info. They get aggressive at the right time, which they did on their CT side of Ancient as well. We saw that on a few occasions where they would activate and not give Wildcard any breathing room at all. Molotov to top of hut. Are they going to try and go in again quickly? Wildcard? No. Slow the pace. Good smoke break from getting info. A follow-up as well. Sonic spotted and disposed of. 5v4, just like that. They continue spamming the smoke because they expect more players to be there, but that is not the case at all. Ramp has been left completely undefended, and that Molotov gives away the fact that Wildcard are heading down towards B. Dia needs to hit his shots. Misses the first one. That will put him in a tough spot. Now he has to back off completely, and this may just be a retake.
Wow, I mean, they're giving so much space here. This is surprising. They give over all of double doors. And allow for a bomb plant here, but Marky catches JBA on an attempt to reposition. Shane spots out the re-aggression coming through here. Now waiting and anticipating this aggression coming through from Friend. Sets up the trade for Slump, who delivers and finds more. Turning the corner here. Able to roar into this round here. Peeping doesn't last too long. The wall bangs eventually do him on in. Plenty of time for the defuse here. Getting info. They give over the space, but with their man advantage to the fact that they play such a good contained game, that any reaction from Wildcard in that late round go punished instantly.
And a phenomenal smoke break from Marky right here. Like, that's such a good play because you get one of the most potent pieces out of the round in JBA. And then afterwards, Slump, who would have thought, guys, but he's actually a rifler, not an offer. What is this? Like 10 and 2?
Jeez.
2 beautiful frags coming in from Secret.
He's rifling
mean,
outside too in these rounds. Like, that's a hard position to just pick up a rifle and say, hey, this is where I'm at now.
It's looking like brilliant decision making on the side of getting info. We were really questioning it at the beginning of this one, saying, I don't know how it's going to turn out. Well, it looks like it's turning out beautifully. Still early on here in this first half, though, but it's looking great.
I think you just, like, take into consideration some of the riflers that play outside on Nuke. Like, you look at, like, Rain, you know, once upon a time there, Nico, in a certain sense. Like, there's so many excellent riflers that have to, you know, play cerebral Counter-Strike when it comes to holding off the outer yard. And Slump just says, like, picks up a rifle and then steps into that position. It is 11 and 2 right now. This is unbelievable work. I think it's one of the hardest roles to play in the game. He's thriving in that environment here. Shane able to knock down a 3K. Another just flawless multi-kill. Tanking the Tech 9s. Slump goes down as well there, but only losing some health for his troubles. Sonic sidelined and showing no signs of stopping. Accuracy like that out of Slump does not hurt whatsoever.
This is looking like the Timbermen squad that won in NA Revival Series number 5, right? And we were really impressed with the way they played. As we're gonna have a PrizePicks checkmark come in for Shane. No surprise there. We told you guys that would probably be the first one. But yeah, I mean, it was Dare and Darren Carson instead of what do we have now? Slump and Marky. But that squad impressed me with how unified they felt, and now these two new pieces may look even better. I mean, in Slump, I say new pieces, but yeah, Slump and Marky, right?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Doing incredible work here so far. I think finally a gap on this defense. This one, I'm having a tough time imagining a world where this goes that wrong for Wildcard. Their lurking presence is looking incredibly strong. They're going to plant the bomb early before the reaction can come through from getting info. This is what you dream of here in a round written up. And Marquis goes down. There's a lurking presence able to come through there. JBA going to have a tough time finding much impact there. He does get cleared, but Snav unable to win the duel. If you're getting info, yeah, I think it's a really smart call to give this one up. You know you're not going to make any strides on it. You can go look for the lurking presence there. JBA trying to find some extra exit damage, gets shut down. That creates the path in towards T-spawn. And Wildcard able to get their second T-side round here.
Yeah, I mean, you were correct. I mean, they found the right pathing going into the B site, uncontested pretty much, no one guarding in the vicinity. So good work from Wildcard, finally getting a second round on the board and holding on in the post plant as well, largely in part thanks to Peeping's lurking. And even JBA on the perimeter, ensuring that no getting info members would step foot on that B site. Being said, 3 saves means they'll get another buy up through here.
I think you're going to get another oversight like that out of getting info here.
I doubt it.
You get that gap once in a map here, you are happy that you're able to capitalize on it, but now it's going to force, you know, quicker rotations down in towards the lower side. Shane pressing
oh my God, Shane.
the issue in towards ramp. I thought he was a T player for a second, and oh my God, Stan doesn't know what hit him right there. Dia, since when packing straight through the smoke here. I mean, maybe a chance to catch Dia off guard. Sonic is wrapping through the heaven side of things. Big opportunity. Dia.
Did he see him?
Looking like he's prepared for it. Looking like he knows.
I don't think they're aware that Sonic is here. I feel like Sonic has still gone undiscovered.
Whoa.
Oh.
Yeah, they definitely didn't know Sonic was there.
Yeah, no question. So Sonic does get one. Still a man disadvantage situation for them, and you've got Shane available. Marky, oh, catching friend with util in his hand. Slump can't get anything done either. Tons of damage on the wildcard side. Everyone below half health. Marky scrambling through the smoke, hoping to find visibility of a player or collect a lucky one through it. Doesn't find either of that. Now the bomb has been planted here. Shane has been so good. And he's going to be activating here from Mini. Sonic over in the rafters. Shane likely going to be clear on that. No, it's Snav who actually gets that frag. Molotov onto the site. JVA spot. And he only gets one. And now Friend has been flushed out around the corner. And Snav takes care of the last. Getting info. Secure the post-plant retake. And we'll get a 7.
And well orchestrated retake right there. As you said, the low HP bars. Wildcard not doing them any favors. Having a tough time delivering the big multi-kills. While you do see, I think, a good bit of proactivity come through from JBA in that post-plant, the odds of him finding multiple kills there are so unlikely. And Shane in his dying breath, getting that molly down. I mean, that just flushed his friend into an impossible position. Which takes some very awkward drills. Also, that kill right there, Snav being able to catch Sonic without having too much more impact right there. Phenomenal work on the retake coming through for getting info. All things considered, that 5v3 could have crumbled against them. Instead, they hold strong and they get more advantages. Dia with another opening duel. Got one straight through the smoke last time. And finds the first here on a peeping this time.
It's crazy to think, right? Dia's just getting opening duels and then that's it. That's all. He's like only has 4 frags. But it feels like more than that because of the impact he's been having. Oh man, I mean, Slump and Shane have been taking over afterwards, and even Snav getting in on the mix, but That's exactly what you hope from your opper, right? You get an opening duel and you give your team the man advantage, lets your riflers freewheel a little bit more. There's a spot from Shane from Heaven, which is usually the opera's position, but he's playing it here with the rifle.
Gotta reposition here quickly. I mean, no one's gonna be able to rotate down in towards the B side except for Snav, who's jumped down the vent. Catches sides turn though. Big time pickup coming through there and a delay on a Sonic, not allowing for a trade to come through. They realize ramp is vulnerable and Sonic provides more coverage. But Slump is following in their footstep here and will be able to save the day. That creates space for them to get down the vents and impact this lower side of the map here. Friend trying to find more impact, but just gets dealt with. Slump on a thin angle, able to deal with the pressure, and JBA spammed through the smoke there in the end. Dia able to seal this one on up and move, getting up to 8 here.
I mean, we were looking for promising young players in North America, and we thought Slump might be able to do with the op. It didn't really happen there, and now with the rifle, it might be a different story. Man, those were rippers. In terms of the shots he was getting, headshots as well. That one on the stairs, like, that's nice, like the movement he had, but we are not going to see it. It was when he got Friend.
Yeah.
Unbelievable stuff. And now we're going to get a timeout called. I think this might be technical. Wildcard, I don't know. Oh yeah, maybe Slump's camera again. I needed to fix that once more. He's flicking too hard. His headshots are too strong.
Yeah, he's playing incredibly well. As I said, I mean, it's more so impressive here that he's able to drop 15-3, and I think just again, you know, not necessarily like individually hard or like if you play this position you don't get a lot of kills. Like you're gonna get action in the outer yard no matter what the case is, but it's hard to just, you know, step into that role and have the amount of impact that he's able to bring here. And, you know, he is delivering in an unbelievable fashion here. Really impressed with the work that he's able to put through here on the rifle. Willing to sacrifice his op over to Dia. The results that were coming through here just weren't enough for getting info, obviously. And this team looking re-inspired off the back of this move. And some role changes, some shifts in this team's environment.
Wow. I did not expect Slump to have this type of impact because, to be quite honest, he hadn't up until this point with this roster. How times can change with only one day in between, and there is the PrizePicks check mark for Slump with more than 27.5 frags, effective and dangerous on both maps of play so far. Looking for that smoke break here, and there it goes. Nade tossed out. Doesn't get any visibility or info off of it though.
That friend was looking for an opportunity right there. Another smoke break. I think they're almost fortunate that these smokes aren't blowing open because that would have allowed Friend to peek with the op here. Doesn't get spotted and misses his shot when he finally gets a chance. Thought that one was looking like a freebie. Instead, Slump able to reposition and continue his efforts fighting for outer yard control. Smoke going down in towards mini. JB8 being hard covered by Slump. His position looking to anticipate. Flashbang avoided perfectly. Slump threads the angle in and a collapse from the rest of the defense. They all join forces here and the outer yard play gets sideswiped. Pete being the only one able to provide a little bit of impact here. Is now being watched by everyone again. Op shot misses. He's got to recover the bomb in right outside of mini rather. Looking for the kills first things first. That might be the move here. Marky could be surprised. A trade not available just yet. Dio was so focused in on the cross towards Mini. Doesn't expect that surprise. But a peek coming through from Dia as he tries to fade away. And an excellent closer coming through from getting info. That's a dominant round from them.
Yeah, I mean, look, not only, you know, the trade coming through there, but 20 seconds left, the bomb was down outside. So we still had a lot of work left to do. And again, very dominant round, as you said, from getting info, shut down towards outside, Slump the key to it. He deserves a ton of credit. 17 and 3, only 3 deaths. Dia only 2, right? But he has just been kind of getting openers and then watching the rest of his team take care of business. 9 to 2, could be 10 here. Wildcard trying to accelerate a little bit. They send Peeping down the vent. I don't know that Getting Info's aware of this positioning, so maybe he has the element of surprise. Wildcard.
Another one of those rounds where I think you could capitalize on maybe a lack of information here. You're going to get everyone down in towards secret. Slump now hearing all these footsteps, but you don't know that Peeping has the vent cut off, and that's what you needed right there. Peeping able to deny the rotations through vents. Now still the pressure on Dia. Oh, goodness. Got caught a little bit over zoomed. Some faces a little too close for him to deal with here. Another duel taken, more damage done. Wildcard are looking like they could be on for their third.
They would love a third if they can get it. Still 4 pieces to take off the board. Sonic will get one of them, then the second. Dia and Marky, last 2 standing. Dia has not been able to connect with a shot in this round. Finally does on Stanislaw, but time is ticking away on that bomb. It feels like Wildcard should have this one in the bag, and they absolutely do. So a nice little sneaky play from Peeping into the vents is what helps Wildcard secure this one. They don't realize he's there. He finally is able to collect the frag, and a third round results off it. Here, that's where the round is pretty much decided, because there's no one really close for Getting Info outside of that vent drop that they were trying to activate. Yes, Dio was there, but he also missed a shot right after that. So at least something for Wildcard to be happy about going into a second half, but only 3 rounds on T side feels like very much a shortcoming here in terms of their performance on their map pick.
Absolutely a huge concern here. I guess you're kind of hoping that Getting Info fall into similar woes. But Slump looking crazy impressive on the rifle. Maybe gives you another tool to operate with here on this T side. They don't have the doors blown open here on this pistol. Slump looking to slide his way through with this alert smoke looming over. Kill goes on to JBA before he can find anything, and Friend traded out eventually. Holds his ground for a 2 for 2. On the site here, and the recovery rolling on out here, forcing them down the vents. And Shane looking to stay alive here. Dia needs to beat this rotate down the ramp side. He needs to get onto the silo. Lock in a bomb plant. That's what he's going for now. Scanning coming through ever so slightly, but Shane able to deliver at range here as well. Peeping goes down low. Dia on 23 HP, but they're giving him swings right now. Peeping, losing health, losing his teammates, and losing the round here. Shane able to seal this one on upward 4K, 15 and 8 for him. And Getting Info looking to coast to the finish line.
Shane is all smiles, as he should be, because he has been insanely lethal. How does he win those 2 fights so cleanly? I feel like Wildcard are giving them too many opportunities in this instance. Man, anyway, 10 to 3. I don't want to bash Wildcard too much, but it's just that their play has left so much to be desired. Anyway, getting into this one, it will be a force buy from Wildcard. They're pushing all their chips in. Gambling that they can come through and find a heroic win when it's needed. Maybe they'll have a comeback of their own.
Gotta start here now. I think they have some good news ahead of them though. Some faking utility towards the outer yard. That's perfect for the setup that they're working with here. JBA saying, hey guys, nothing here. They have the smokes, but there's no presence behind it. Surprisingly, that's drawing in more attention right now from Sonic. Instead of him kind of stacking up other extremities here on the map. So if this is a sped up play in towards the A side, Sonic able to get into position in time, but instead towards ramp, a double up setup. See how this thing holds together. The boosted up player gets nothing, and Peeping trying to retreat won't be able to escape. Slump with a double entry here. Dia follows it up. Slump's dominant continues forward into the second half here.
Catastrophe for Wildcard. Only 1 frag out of that round and a force buy. Well, there's a second. So JVA trying to farm a little bit more money for himself and his team. But a round victory is too tall of an ask here for him. I think just keeping the MP9 is best case scenario. He's already low, and that bomb has a very large reach here on Nuke.
He's gonna die in secret, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he's got to.
He's gonna make it to CT spawn.
I don't think he's going to. Does he live
be
here?
safe here? I don't know. I feel like he should be good.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
Takes 11 health there for his troubles. Marky does go down to the end as well, so you know, something to walk away with here. 3 kills, an extra 150, but Slump threading in 2 opening duels and a pretty deadly crossfire in towards ramp. It's crazy how that gets nothing right there. You really think that setup is going to work out wonders for Wildcard. As I said, off the back of the information from JBA, you think, okay, there's a lot to lean on here, but no kills forward. We've got them kind of waving the white flag. It's a bit of a half by staying all in. At 112 right now, he's bringing out the gator.
They're getting aggressive. I don't mind it. Going for a lobby crunch here, and it does yield them an opener and a follow-up as well. Finally, Wildcard activate effectively. A couple of upgrades on the ground for them. They will grab the AK. Dia looking for something in response. Oh, and
no.
Stan walking with his knife out. That is not what you want to see after they get those first 2 frags, and then Sonic whiffing a little bit. Dia finally does get collected, but the nade, after he dies, gets some damage done. Sonic down to 21. Slump and Snav. Still a chance for them here. JBA hoping to deny them. Gets Slump. The most dangerous man on the server is gone. Snav does get the trade. He just wants to find this plant. Just wants to secure the money for his squad. He will achieve that. Could even get more here. 32 HP. A nade in his hands. Or at least on his belt. He's sticking to the MAC-10 for now. Now there comes the nade, and it's the wrong time to deploy it. Friend will oh my goodness, Sonic still falls. And you know that will hurt a little bit for Wildcard, but technically this was just a half buy, so that's not that big of a deal. 4th round secured for Wildcard as they finally get back on the board.
Relief right there. They catch a little bit of a traffic jam. I think it was a good decision to retreat. As you can see, you know, Marky was trying to run away right there, and then I think Shane was trying to save him, and so he ended up blocking him on his retreat, and then Shane couldn't escape either, so a bit awkward, a bit clunky for the getting info T side. And well, guess who's at 11 to 4?
No way it happens twice, right?
Well, just you wait. I believe. Wildcard on the CT side. They're ready for the comeback. Yeah, they'll get one of their own here for a little bit of redemption. Well, that'd be the way to do it, but
Certainly.
no way, right?
It doesn't feel like it. It just feels like Wildcard are lost at the wheel right now. So I don't know if they have it in them, confidence-wise and mentally, really, to pull this one off. We'll see. This round, certainly, starting off right. They get the AK out of the hands of Dia, and then it's picked up by Snav immediately, who finds that frag onto Sonic, overstaying his welcome at the edge of those smokes. Now getting info, they're in the heads of Wildcard, right? Like, they get that frag outside, send it back towards the inner bomb site.
For a bit of an adjustment. I mean, there's a whole lot of rotations right now from this defense.
Yeah.
So much motion on the map here. You're hoping to capitalize on that here. With Squeaky Door, again, not blown open, you just really can't try to make a lurk out towards A. So heading in towards front scope. Position where you can typically get one and duck out. He's going to find his kill and then escape perfectly. Now the next fight here given into the hands here. Falling forward. It's Peeping that does continue to commit, but Friend finding fights on all angles, but he goes down either way. 15 seconds left. This is some great damage being done. Slump looking for the bomb plant right now. He shouldn't be able to get that going. Stan gonna provide the second kill. See if that op is recoverable. He can't find it. Oh no, it's behind him. The op,
Oh, man.
it doesn't get taken forward right there. That's huge damage done to the economy of Wildcard. And if you're talking about a good way to lose right there, that's it for getting info.
Yeah, for real. I don't even necessarily think that it was necessary for Friend to go for that repeat, right? As we're going to see, Friend, he did hit his prize picks check mark. He's had a decent series for himself, just got a little overzealous. 3v1, you don't have to worry about ending it there. It's likely your round anyway, and instead you lose the AWP and have to reinvest into it. Sure, the money's still there and they're fine, but yeah, Sonic will get the opener on Marky.
Takes a lot of damage for his troubles, but happy to walk away with the advantage. Second volley of utility here towards the yard for getting info, but deep positioning from peeping. Oh, Slump knocked his camera over again. That's got it. That's just keeps on bumping it with his mouse. It's not slowing him down though.
No.
20 kills here. And what do you do from this point here? You can't execute in towards the A side, because as soon as you toss in that utility, PP's going to activate on the flank. And first of all, there's 3 players on the defense. I don't think there's a lot of good options here for getting info. They're going to need to land some very fiery opening duels here if they want a chance at making this round work.
I think they're just waiting in lobby right now for someone to push in, and I imagine the execute will go A. You're right, though. Peeping activating on that flank would be dangerous for them. 30 seconds left now. There's only 4 pieces of util for getting info, so they're probably just going to either win this on the opening duels or lose before they have a chance to set foot on the sites. They go B? Really? Peeping completely overlooked. 19 seconds left. This round feels like it might already be over. They're going to try and accelerate towards B, and they do find the frag on Sonic. 10 seconds now. They have to panic plant the bomb, which is the biggest problem. Slump is still getting frags, but the bomb being dropped there ends the round completely. And it will be a 6 for Wildcard. So a bit of clock mismanagement from getting info. And Wildcard, despite losing bodies and still not looking comfortable in fights, do get a 6.
Yeah, I mean, really good positioning there from peeping, finding that kill. The trade's looking deadly. If they had extra utility, could be looking at a different story. Like, I mean, a smoke towards single door, that round is certainly on, but didn't really have that option late into the round there. That's, I think, getting info struggling to, you know, do the first phase of map control here, essentially. We do have JBA getting the prize picks check mark. More than 29.5 kills. Getting those check marks. Feeling good, but coming back into the second half even better here. And Slump with the rifle taken down with ease. Peeping able to thread in a kill before he falls away. 5v3 looking comfortable.
That was a TK actually from Shane onto Snap. Dia does get one on Peeping. A second. Maybe a bomb plant? No, fakes it. Dia, are you gonna clutch this? Don't do this to Wildcard. You can't do
No
this
way.
to Wildcard. Stop it, Peeping.
No!
Dia, stop it, Dia! Oh my goodness, Stanislaw is gonna get the last. Oh my goodness. I mean, look, the discomfort continues for Wildcard. Dia almost punishing in a 1v5, I believe it was. Maybe a 1v4, but either way, that was wild, Cole.
Yeah, man. Make it impossible. Stan turning that corner there with the shotgun. The only reason they stopped that one. His 3rd kill right there. It is very valuable that he found that 3rd kill. I mean, everything in this matchup. But there's no security. There's no backing here financially for Wildcard. If they lose and they don't save any guns, it's going to be a trial by fire to try and stay alive here. But they're only 4 rounds to close the distance on the CT side of Nuke. They can make that happen in a flash. Sonic looking to force it towards the outer yard. Can't quite find it. There's a flank activating as well, but Snav and Marky able to provide the opening duels here. A 5v or 4v3 rather. Marky continuing to wait for aggression and threads in his swing at the right time. Double up in towards heaven, overexposed. Friend desperately trying to save this round. He dies as well. And the nightmare becomes a reality here for Wildcard. Their money is shattered. And getting info have series point.
I mean, mechanically, Wildcard have been outplayed throughout the entirety of this map, right? Getting info have looked better at every single turn, as Snav is going to get his prize picks check mark as well for more than 25.5 frags. But yeah, I mean, I've been impressed more with getting info and Slump in particular on this map than I have been Wildcard. And just even in the rounds they're winning, as we saw, like they're still losing a lot of their duels, and that punished their economy immensely to the point where they're forcing down to whatever they can get after what was, I think, 3 rounds in a row for them, maybe even 4, and they only have 3 5.7s and 2 MP9s.
I mean,
That's the
sometimes it
reality.
feels like a small detail as well, but you know, again, you think about Friend kind of heat checking and getting punished with that op
Yes, yes.
after the round was guaranteed. Those small details, especially when you can't recover the op, which maybe Stan could have or should have if you knew exactly where it was, but just getting those small details punished so severely that it costs you a forced rebuy on the AWP, like things of that nature. When you're having to claw back a game, you got to make sure that rounds are closed out cleanly when you have the buffer, because if not, this can happen. Not to say that these rounds aren't possible. So many of them flare up, but obviously leaving yourself a lot to be desired. Fake A execute utility in play right now, but the ramp room is being taken. Marky looking to sell this fake. Gets caught there, but still able to track his aim. Peeping. Unable to do a point of damage, and Fryn looking to work his way through the smoke, trying to be a hero, and caught exposed. Slump will deal with them. No heroics today. And a 5v3 here for Wildcard to fight for their life.
I don't see it, Cole. I just don't see it. Sonic, Stanislaw, and JBA at their wits' end, hoping something can swing their way, but it feels like it's been toppled over in their direction, and there it is. Slump and Snav gonna get the last 3 and getting info. Have got the 2-0 lead against Wildcard. Shane is pumped, as he should be. That was exceptionally strong from getting info after some very questionable BO3 losses against teams where you expect them to win against. They make one change in their roster, Dia in, Dare out, and they look like an entirely different squad.
I mean, look revamped here. Again, you're talking about some roster changes. You're talking about some role changes, some big shifts up for Slump to have to pick up the rifle like this and dominate the server like he just did in that map of Nuke is unbelievable. Not only that, but when I came into this expecting getting info to be a team that was mentally boomed before the roster changes, a team that could lose to anybody in North America, now to a roster that is able to, you know, beat the best of them. And that's where they should be, right? They should be a team that can contend with all of these organizations. That's what we expect out of this core of a roster, and that's what we got here today. I'm really excited to see this. I'm glad to see that this is a roster that can revive and show that they are much more than a couple of losses that they've taken, and I hope they continue in this direction.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like a hiccup at this point, and maybe just things got a little too heated between Dare and the rest of the squad. Who knows what the case is behind closed doors? We don't have that information, but as it stands, it feels like the right decision was made on their side, at least in this first showing. Sure, things can change tomorrow, and their opponent will be. Do we have that determination yet? Is it going to be M80? Yes, we know it's M80 that's going to be playing them, correct? Am I
Let me
crazy?
check the bracket real quick. I
Maybe
think
we'll
they
get the
might be on the
bracket
same
up.
side of the bracket as the NRG Aether matchup, but yeah, it is NRG that they'll be
Oh
playing
yes, that's
tomorrow.
right.
Yeah,
I was so locked into NRG playing Wildcard again that I'm like, oh, it can't be NRG. NRG's playing Wildcard, but Wildcard just
yeah.
lost. What am I thinking? All right, so yeah, it will be NRG as they've already beaten Aether there, which we expected to happen up against getting info, and I'm actually really excited about that one because, you know, the roster changes for Wildcard and NRG were two that I wasn't necessarily satisfied with when I saw it happen in the off season. And NRG are a team that's actually starting to look like they're making it work with Zodic, who impressed from the get go, right out of the gate. And then you have Carson, who's starting to. They switched his role up. They made him more
Yeah.
aggressive, right? Which I think is absolutely the right decision there. So I feel like they're finding their identity and looking strong, whereas Wildcard is still so many question marks, and we're going to see. You know, the numbers come through here for Wildcard. Yes, you had a couple of prize picks check marks in Friend and JBA who looked pretty good. But even Sonic, I mean, I feel like Sonic's always that pillar for the squad and is trying to make things happen. But I don't know. It just there was that missing piece. It didn't feel like they're. It doesn't feel like they're coordinated with each other. Like they're all individual pieces activating at different times that don't have that unison they need to succeed.
Yeah, the Unity right now lacking in a big way here. Kind of surprised to see it. I don't expect for Stan IGL teams to really collapse when we play. I
Right.
think he's
Yes.
such a good leader in that sense. But back to back pretty massive chokes here on the side of Wildcard have you questioning what sort of state this team is in here, how much is being done to try and get them back on track. Maybe again a bit of a mental block that they face here, but. The way that they've lost these last couple of series, these last two versus NRG in the grand finals of CCT, and now the opening matchup here versus Getting Info, who felt like coming into it were a very beatable team for this roster, are left shocking here. But I think I got to give a lot of credit to Getting Info here. A very
Yes.
quick revival for this squad, having to make some adjustments in the roster. I think landing on their feet incredibly well when we didn't know how things were even going to operate here. Was Slump going to be the opper? Was it going to be Dia heading into this matchup? We got our answer eventually, and they definitely chose right in terms of Slump's rifling. That was just unbelievably dominant from him.
Yeah. I mean, if you would have asked me before the series started that, or would have told me that Slump would have been the top frag, I would have laughed in your face and said, no way, he hasn't played that well. And he's going on the rifle, like, which we didn't even know going into it. But he does. Honestly, I'm so impressed. I'm happy to be proven wrong in that case, because now we have a young player who's looking very solid in this Getting Info squad. Dia's back, and he's always been a very solid opper. So I think that makes sense to have him take that role. And all of a sudden, NRG better be ready tomorrow, because I think it's going to be a very spicy semifinal. Speaking of which, we are going to wrap things up now and get ready for tomorrow, which will have those two semifinals and, of course, the grand final to see who will take it all here in the NA Revival Series number 8. But before we head off, guys, we got to thank everyone that makes this possible. And, of course, we couldn't do this without PrizePicks, because they are the ones that are sponsoring the NA Revival Series. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Series is also partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 2 to 6 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts are banned swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, we are signing off for today, but don't forget to join us again tomorrow for the 2 semifinals and the grand final. We'll see you then.